Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society. The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners, instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges and enable people to better benefit from positive opportunities. It gives individuals the skills to interpret and understand information, to think critically and click wisely, both on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. It provides a comprehensive framework for information, media, and digital competencies, so individuals can spot misinformation and engage positively in society. It's not just a framework, but a foundation to live by. To help make sense of ever-changing information-based influences by becoming media and information literate citizens, we are empowered to make the right choices. Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely on and offline. Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together, promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy for all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organisations. Member organisations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation. driven by UNESCO and partners with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors and thematic working groups. The UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or an organisation. Get involved now. Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions, such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society. The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners, instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges and enable people to better benefit from positive opportunities. It gives individuals the skills to interpret and understand information, to think critically and click wisely, both on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. It provides a comprehensive framework for information, media, and digital competencies, so individuals can spot misinformation and engage positively in society. It's not just a framework, but a foundation to live by. To help make sense of ever-changing information-based influences by becoming media and information literate citizens, we are empowered to make the right choices. Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely, on and offline. Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together, promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy for all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organisations. Member organisations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation. Driven by UNESCO and partners with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors and thematic working groups, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or an organisation. Get involved now. Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions, such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society. The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners, instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges and enable people to better benefit from positive opportunities. It gives individuals the skills to interpret and understand information, to think critically and click wisely, both on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. It provides a comprehensive framework for information, media, and digital competencies,
so individuals can spot misinformation and engage positively in society. It's not just a framework, but a foundation to live by. To help make sense of ever-changing information-based influences by becoming media and information literate citizens, we are empowered to make the right choices. Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely on and offline.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together, promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy for all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organisations. Member organisations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation. Driven by UNESCO and partners with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors and thematic working groups, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or an organisation. Get involved now. Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions, such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society.
The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners. instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges and enable people to better benefit from positive opportunities. It gives individuals the skills to interpret and understand information, to think critically and click wisely, both on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. It provides a comprehensive framework for information, media, and digital competencies, so individuals can spot misinformation and engage positively in society. It's not just a framework, but a foundation to live by. To help make sense of ever-changing information-based influences by becoming media and information literate citizens, we are empowered to make the right choices. Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely, on and offline.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together, promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy for all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organisations. Member organisations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation. Driven by UNESCO and partners with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors and thematic working groups, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or an organisation. Get involved now. Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions, such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society.
The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners, instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges and enable people to better benefit from positive opportunities. It gives individuals the skills to interpret and understand information, to think critically and click wisely, both on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. It provides a comprehensive framework for information, media, and digital competencies, so individuals can spot misinformation and engage positively in society. It's not just a framework, but a foundation to live by. To help make sense of ever-changing information-based influences by becoming media and information literate citizens, we are empowered to make the right choices. Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely on and offline.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together, promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy for all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organisations. Member organisations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation. Driven by UNESCO and partners with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors and thematic working groups, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or an organisation. Get involved now.
UNESCO welcomes the world to the third day of Global Media and Information Literacy Week 2021. The first days, day 1 and day 2, were historic days for media and information literacy development. We heard from our UNESCO Director General, Audrey Azoulay, presidential speech from our host in South Africa, representation from the Deputy High Commissioner of Human Rights. We saw an historic moment where multilateral organizations all over the world, the European Commission, Asia Cooperation Dialogue, the Arab League, the African Union, coming together for the first time to discuss the urgency of media and information literacy as an international development agenda. That session was moderated by the Assistant Director General of UNESCO, Mr. Tafiq Jelassi. Really exquisite moment hearing from these world leaders, underscoring the urgency for regional and international cooperation to sustain media and information literacy development. The second day was no different. We heard from different state actors. We heard from big multilateral donors and partners who have been supporting the UNESCO program, encouraging and giving praise to UNESCO for its leadership, but also calling for more donors, more partners to support media and information literacy development. We also heard from state actors who gave examples of different national policies and strategy actions that they're taking to promote media and information literacy. And we covered the globe, from Africa, South Africa, to the Philippines, in Asia, also Kenya, to Russian Federation, France, Morocco, touching all regions of the world. And today we continue this dialogue with a high-level studied panel, perhaps again historic, happening for the first time. So welcome to this third day. Welcome to this session, Dialogue on an International Multistakeholder Framework for Private and Digital Platforms to Promote Media and Information Literacy. My name is Alton Grizzle, and I'm the Program Specialist that coordinates UNESCO's Global Action on Media and Information Literacy. We were to have another moderator, Mr. Direk Gilson, who is the Director for the UNESCO Harare office. Unfortunately, very last-minute urgency, he was not able to connect, so I had to step in. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Media and Information Literacy Week. The current health crisis has created a state of general isolation and underscored the unprecedented necessity of the digital sphere of information, social networks, and the internet in general. Social and economic implications have arisen, giving the growing phenomena of disinformation and misinformation by either a lack of access to information by people or a lack of media and information literacy competencies to critically evaluate information. Promoting media and information literacy in digital spaces has become urgent. Media and information literacy enables people to self-protect online, thus serves as a viable alternative to censorship of the internet. Media and information literacy also helps users of online platforms to understand the importance of internet, the importance of digital platforms for social development, and to engage in promoting open, rights-based, accessible, and multi-stakeholder governance of the internet. Ensuring media and information literacy for all requires a multi-stakeholder approach. And this is what we have been discussing, and this is one of the focus of Media and Information Literacy Week 2021. Private sector organizations, including digital communications company, international development partners, like the multilateral partners I mentioned in the first and second day, and others that are joining us today, governments, civil society, therefore must play a crucial role in promoting media and information literacy through a collective approach in their programs and in their policy. The focus area of this session will seek to cover the economic and social inclusion, human rights, universal access, and meaningful connectivity that also is related to driving people's access to media and information literacy capacity strengthening. Therefore, the session will be a landmark demonstration of how stakeholders around the world can come together for cooperation to discuss, to articulate, to mobilize, to engage, and to agree, reach a consensus as to what should be in an international framework for multi-stakeholder cooperation on media and information literacy. What should be the guiding principles behind such cooperation? How we can enrich this document to guide all stakeholders around the world. It's a long process that we have started yesterday with dialogue and on a similar session. we're continuing today, as I said, with a dynamic, exquisite lineup of speakers, but we're going to be continuing the process to prepare this document so that we can have consensus. After this session and going into December, we'll be UNESCO will be supporting the Internet Governance Forum 2021. And there we're also going to be having another consultative session. Thereafter, we would have prepared a document to have more international consensus online. With this, I want to turn to the speakers, the exquisite speakers that we have present with us to deliberate some of these issues that I have mentioned. First on the lineup, we have Mr. Ulrich Vestagard Knudsen. He's the Deputy Secretary General of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. Really happy to have you, Mr. Deputy Secretary General. We ask you just to give a greeting, a short greeting to our audiences. Are you there, Mr. Deputy?
Sorry, I was on mute. Could you repeat?
Yes,
sorry.
Yeah, a short greeting to our audience. Just a short personal greetings to our audience.
Yes, hello. I'm Deputy Secretary Ulrich Vestagard Knudsen from the OECD, and it's a real pleasure to join you here and such an inspiring and fascinating panel. So congratulations on all your work. This is really an interesting week, very important. So I look forward to engaging in the dialogue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Secretary General. Next on our lineup, we also have with us Ms. Barbara Lyson. She's the president of the International Federation of Library Association and Institutions, headquartered in the Netherlands. Ms. President, do you want to say a quick greeting? She's not in the room. I'm not sure if did Eric join us? Eric Valmeer, Secretary General of Radio France. So we will go to the next person in the room, which is Miss Maddie van Schalwyk, the director of A Stranger Kind, interesting organization from South Africa, our host for this year Global Media and Information Literacy Week. Ms. Maddie, do you want to say hello, please, to our partners and audiences connected?
Hi, everyone. Thank you just for this incredible inclusion on this platform.
Okay, thank you so much. We also have with us, two representatives from the social media sphere, from the digital platform. First, we have with us Ms. Claire Duve. She's the Director and Public Policy for WhatsApp in Singapore. Please, Ms. Claire.
Hi, thank you very much for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here today virtually.
And last but no mean least is our longtime partner, in media and information literacy. They're forever wedded to media and information literacy, and we hope other like WhatsApp, thanks to have you today, will be wedded to media and information literacy as Twitter is. So Mr. Renan Castillo, please, he's a senior public policy manager at Twitter. A quick shout out.
Thank you, Alton. I appreciate it. It's good to be with everyone from UNESCO again. I'm looking forward to the conversation today. Okay,
thank you. We have two other speakers. We hope they will connect with us. So our team is just trying to reach them because we want to hear not only from the digital platform but also from the traditional news network and traditional media. And so we do have Mr. Eric Valmeer, the Secretary General for Information for Radio France, hoping to bring the perspective of traditional media. And we do hope the library network will also be with us. UNESCO has strong partnerships with OECD across different disciplines. UNESCO recognizes OECD's work to strengthen media literacy and digital skills, as they call it. UNESCO used the umbrella term, media and information literacy. OECD look at this area to cope with the exponential needs of the changing demands for skills and new learning opportunities created by digital technologies. We're really happy here at UNESCO and with our co-host South Africa and our cooperation from the European Commission to welcome the Deputy Secretary General. I don't want to mangle his name, so I'll not try to pronounce it again. The Deputy Secretary General of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Mr. Deputy Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for that introduction. And maybe I should even thank you for not trying to pronounce my name. Fellow distinguished speakers, dear participants and friends, it is a pleasure to join you on behalf of the OECD as we kick off this day 3 of the UNESCO Global Media and Information Literacy Week this morning. Now, access to reliable evidence and knowledge gives us the ability to thrive not only as individuals, really, but also as a global society. Misinformation and disinformation are fueling societal polarization, eroding public trust in so-called expertise and also in government institutions. All countries, without any exception, are vulnerable to sophisticated and dangerous disinformation. That's the situation. The OECD is actively engaged in exploring key trends and developing potential responses, including through our initiative on reinforcing democracy. We're looking at the multiplicity of approaches that countries are taking, whether through enhancing public communication and education, strengthening content or competition regulation, fostering integrity and transparency in lobbying, or, of course, also ensuring independent media and protecting the civic space. One facet of this is what we call the OECD Good Practice Principles for Public Communication Responses to counter mis- and disinformation. It's a draft at this stage. But these principles really try to provide policymakers with guidance on the use of public communication to fight against the spread of mis- and disinformation, to rebuild trust in the information environment, and to support democracy. Launched in the context of the UK G7 presidency, the principles will enable countries to learn from one another, to share knowledge, and to spur collective action around implementation by identifying what you could say is the relevant practices. And these practices include at least 3 things. 1, initiatives that foster two-way dialogue with citizens and help counteract the spread and effects of misleading or incorrect information on and offline. 2, mechanisms for helping governments think strategically about communication. Before 2020, remember, only 41% of OECD countries had policies or frameworks to guide their responses to mis- and disinformation. These mechanisms need to be expanded. Finally, these principles also include guidance on engaging in a whole of society effort to support timely and effective information sharing and promote a democratic discussion. A key policy goal is to develop and strengthen digital literacy through positive engagement with technologies. Supporting digital literacy from a policy perspective requires two elements, really. The first element is the policies that support a broader digital environment. Specifically, we need to invest in the necessary digital economy infrastructure and ensure appropriately universal access. This relates to the cost, the quality, and the speed of internet access. It relates to the digitalization of business, but also to the nature of the digital content itself. And let me say that women, especially in developing countries, need to be better connected. Worldwide, women are on average 26% less likely than men to have a smartphone. In South Asia and Africa, for example, these proportions stand at 70 and 34% respectively. That's just way too much of a gap. If we do not promote the full and fair participation of girls and women in the digital future of our societies, we are really setting ourselves up for a future that is at least overall less rich, less innovative, and less fair. The second element that supports digital literacy is education-specific policies. You could say that, in short, 21st century literacy skills have to be fit for the digital age. So according to the latest report, on average, in OECD countries at least, only about half of students are taught at school how to identify biased or subjective information online. That's not a lot. The gold standard is for all users, regardless of age, gender, and background, to have both access to and the skills to engage with the digital technologies. So to conclude, let me say that the cross-boundary nature of misinformation and disinformation also means that only collective action will deliver the change we want to see. Only a comprehensive, multidimensional approach will help curb these threats, and I think our conference today is an important step in that endeavor. The actors are many, the stakes are certainly high, but our determination, I think our expertise and our will, not least, to promote and protect democracy must be even higher. So please do count on the OECD's support as we work together to make information more trustworthy and democracy more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Secretary General, to make our information ecology more trustworthy and democracy more resilient. You underscored some very important points, and we are happy that OECD is committed to stand with this global thrust to promote media and information literacy. You also underscore the urgency for more gender equality in the digital sphere. This is one of UNESCO's overarching priority, gender equality, the other being Africa. And we also echo the urgency and push for that agenda as it relates to media and information literacy. Now we move on to our next speaker. Again, we're really happy to hear from the Deputy Secretary General there from OECD. If you're just joining us for this session, is Miss Barbara Lyson in the room? And still, have we heard from Eric Valmer, Secretary General of Information Radio France? Also not here. So we move rapidly then to our next speaker. We're going to be hearing from a representative from our host country for Global Media and Information Literacy Week 2021, that is South Africa. It's the first time that Global Media and Information Literacy Week is being hosted by an African country. So again, a lot of history being made. Here we have with us Miss Maddie Van Scalwick. I hope I didn't do so bad with that name, Madam Director. So please tell us about your organization and give us your perspective. A Stranger Kind is the name of your organization. We'd love to hear a little bit too about your organization and its name, A Stranger Kind, and the work that you're doing. Please, the floor is yours, Miss Maddie.
Thank you very much. I know you did great on my name. Thank you again. It's such an honor to be included on this platform. My passion lies in methodologies that promote information literacy, but especially how we can include small-scale engagements, like one-on-one conversations and connections in more arenas where it can affect change. So I get kind of to practice that through an organization called A Stranger Kind, where we invite curiosity of others by creating opportunities for diverse and sometimes unlikely people to meet. I also got an opportunity to do this while starting and operating the Human Library South Africa until September this year, where as part of the international social movement, these types of conversations are held specifically aimed at stereotypes or breaking down stigmas. And so traditionally we used to host these physical walk-in events where people from the general public can speak to one of our volunteers with a specific topic in a 45-minute one-on-one conversation. And more importantly, we're encouraged to ask questions, even those sometimes we consider socially unacceptable. And so we work on finding and training volunteers that understand how their unique lived experiences are enough to create moments where people can connect with information through a non-intimidating format and truly advocating for inclusion and celebrating diversity. And so we also offer these platforms to various stakeholders that see the potential that this methodology can offer to engage around diversity and inclusion. And so I've seen in practice how a one-on-one direct engagement has the tremendous potential to be a catalyst for change. I've seen our conversations about sexual assault and the limited access to post-trauma support can subtly touch on the concept of privilege when we talk about how it is determined by where you live. I have heard how a person with no qualification other than her lived experience with cerebral palsy can inform a global organization on how to engage around disclosure or reasonable access. We've seen how an ex-gangster living in a community ridden by violence can motivate a sensitivity on how marketing teams structure their content, for instance, around water-wise concepts. And how even I, in my capacity as an organizer, constantly feels compelled to adopt new event criteria after intentionally engaging with our volunteers, whether it is our hearing impaired army veteran, a person on the autism spectrum, or even our pastor mediating gang violence. And so now I kind of want to think, you can imagine what we can learn from a brain tumor survivor, someone living with depression, a pansexual, or an undertaker when we create these spaces for personal connections, and especially spaces that allows for context to be given around the questions and the answers we have. And so during the pandemic, we saw the potential of taking these conversations online to offer a positive alternative in a time when misinformation and hate speech seem to have dominated so many online platforms. And I believe we can, without forcing the agenda, motivate people to change their ideas or accept new information when it is delivered in a space that disarms them and releases them kind of from this potential of coming across as ignorant in front of an audience. It might seem like a much longer approach to solving some inclusivity issues, but from my experience, it seems to be truly effective. And so we exchanged the tables for breakout rooms, and to kind of continue the work around facilitating these social, intimate spaces of information exchange. And we had to obviously assess how different to other countries, to really take into account what our local needs, concerns, and obstacles are, the sensitive issues that we would have to work with that other countries don't. And it actually opened up a lot of interesting conversations with other organizers across the globe around what we shared in kind of obstacles, but also what was quite different. But quite interestingly, it worked really well, and we saw some incredible benefits from these digital formats, mainly including the topics of inclusivity and cost and logistics. Volunteers with geographical, physical, or psychological challenges could now participate on a more regular basis. A uniquely South African narrative could be told to a global and diverse audience. And partnerships with organizations across the globe doing similar work was suddenly possible. We also managed to mitigate a lot of the cost that we would have in terms of having events or logistics, and it allowed us to actually host more regular events. And I mean, this afforded us opportunities to host accessibility conversations between staff and disabled students on a university in a different part of the country. We can facilitate conversations for a group in New Jersey around Black Lives Matters. And we even could host and offer a diverse range of topics to engage with for an international company during their diversity and inclusion events. Ironically, though, we also realized that our challenges seem to kind of fall under the exact same categories: inclusivity, costs, and logistics. And I think this is where we are trying to establish the policies that are needed to help more people truly be able to participate in information sharing. We are constantly finding means to bridge the gap for tech illiterate volunteers and to include them in participating. Finding accessibility tools for those with impairments to be able to participate online, creating access for marginalized communities or those with unstable data connections, covering high data costs, filtering through feature-rich event platforms that is mostly focused on large-scale engagements and otherwise expensive licensing costs, and ending up having to use quite multiple different forms of platforms to be able to host a single event. And so for us, importantly, it became apparent that we would have to have a true interest in our local organizers' work and understanding the unique challenges that those on the ground are facing, finding solutions tailored to their needs, if we don't want to leave some of our participants behind. We believe agile partnerships can help offer us skills and services and products or insights that contribute to making these platforms more inclusive and user-friendly. Skills and services can help us overcome spending time finding solutions for our digital needs, and rather invest that time finding and training more volunteers to reflect true demographics and representation. Products like affordable data or access to software that is truly user-friendly and not treating accessibility features as an additional commercial opportunity will help us afford to include all our volunteers on a more regular basis. And then also using the insights and infrastructures from locally established community projects to create points where information and skill can be transferred to and from, and also to convey the information in ways that is relevant and approachable to these communities. And then maybe more importantly to me, and it's maybe a very romantic notion, is a much needed paradigm shift that is needed, particularly in international organizations' metrics for measuring success. We're in a fast-growing, ever-changing digital landscape, and we have the responsibility and the opportunity right now, not only to celebrate the advancement and reach these platforms can offer us, but also measuring not only how many people can participate, but if we truly believe the individual story can inform policies or affect social change, that we are making sure that any individual can participate. And I think that is becoming more relevant for obviously people advocating for the single one-on-one small platforms is measuring our success as not just how many people we can include, but rather that anyone can truly participate. And thank you for letting me share a little bit about the work we're trying to do through that platform.
No, thank you so much, Ms. Maddie Van Skalwyk, Director of A Stranger Kind organization in South Africa, our co-host representing South Africa, our co-host. And indeed, your presentation is A Stranger Kind. You have underscored the urgency of the grassroots approach, linking up small, micro initiative. You stress the importance of inclusivity, cost, accessibility, and sustainability, real important points as we try to establish a multi-stakeholder framework for media and information literacy. So thank you so much for your input. We believe that your approach is one that is important, and it's an effective methodology. UNESCO, we can attest to the fact that this works, even through Global Media and Information Literacy Week. It's really through a linking up of many small initiatives all around the world. As we sit in this feature conference and on this panel, there are some close to over 500 events happening all around the world, small initiatives linking up and creating this small snowball of a thunder roar of the urgency. And so we really thank you for your input, and we look forward to hearing from you before the session closes on a couple other concrete points. Let us move very rapidly. We still have 3 other speakers to share with us. The Commonwealth of Learning. Unfortunately, Miss Asha Kanwar could not be with us in person, but she has recorded her message in advance. The Commonwealth of Learning has been a long-standing partner of UNESCO. We have had lots of cooperation, again, across many different disciplines, different sectors. We're taking steps to deepen and join our actions to promote media and information literacy. So may I invite our technical team, please, to run the video from Ms. Asha Kanwar, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Commonwealth of Learning, Canada.
Greetings from the Commonwealth of Learning in Canada. Being able to join you virtually is a very good example of how technology can make it possible for us to speak across continents and oceans. My theme today is Media and Information Literacy for Empowerment. And I have prepared this jointly with my former colleague, Dr. Balasubramaniam. The internet is a very powerful tool for socialization. Unlike previous communication technologies such as the telephone or radio, the internet enables communication between large numbers of people, both synchronously and asynchronously. We have seen the dominance of social media, especially during the pandemic, when the number of users doubled in the last 5 years. The average social media user engages with multiple platforms and spends about 2.5 hours every day. social media penetration is very high in developed countries. But even in developing countries, it's gaining prominence, with Nigeria at 13%, Ghana even higher at 20%, and South Africa at 37%. Social media usage is increasing every year in many of these countries by at least 1%, with India at the highest at 6%. While widespread use of technologies and social media have kept people informed and connected during the pandemic, the spread of misinformation was amplified through digital platforms, leading to health hazards and the undermining of global efforts. But that said, it's interesting to note that awareness of the issues related to fake news is very high among the younger generations, but this awareness does not necessarily translate into action. An MIT study shows that fake news spreads more rapidly on social media than real news. And according to this study, false news stories are 70% more likely to be shared than true stories. It also takes true stories about 6 times as long to reach 1,500 people as it does for false stories to reach the same number of people. When used appropriately, social media can help to strengthen the bridging and bonding between people and communities. Call's study on the use of social media among farming communities found that social media used for connection, communication, and collaboration can actually lead to stronger social relationships and social capital, both in online communities and in in-person contexts. The focus of media and information literacy in a post-pandemic world must be to help differentiate between the true and false, develop strategies for combating fake news, and disseminating truth. Call's approach has been to enable the community to domesticate the technology and to use it for various literacies. While many functional literacy programs usually operate at one level, the Call approach is to mobilize literacy strategies at 3 levels so that the learner acquires functional, interactive, and critical skills, which is very important. The acquisition of these skills can lead to empowerment. Now, during the pandemic, Call worked in the area of health literacy using community radio. Community radio was used to convey health messages to remote communities in northeast India, where the focus was on converting the listener to an active learner in dealing with the pandemic. But let me address the issue of media and information literacy for empowerment using the example of one of Call's non-formal learning programs. This is the Lifelong Learning for Farmers program, L3F, which uses technology to build the capacity of farmers and links this capacity building process to social and financial capital. This project is being implemented in 11 countries, mostly in Asia and Africa, and has lifted thousands of people out of poverty and empowered them. L3F focuses on strengthening self-directed learning among the farmers using ICTs. It blends non-formal and informal learning. At the vertical level, the expert knowledge system interacts with the farming community, and at the horizontal level, farmer-to-farmer learning is encouraged. It is at the horizontal level of farmer-to-farmer learning that social media plays a crucial role. Studies have shown that such learning helped farmers to get better returns in agriculture and to improve the quality of life. A study by the National Institute of Bank Management in India has shown that for every 1 rupee invested, the farming community got a return of 16 rupees. Another study in Kenya showed that such self-directed learning leads to empowerment, which in turn influences the profitability of small-scale agricultural enterprises run by marginalized women. So what lessons can we draw from this experience? The framework within which the program has been implemented leads from information to knowledge, then wisdom and empowerment. All over the world, there has been a huge challenge in this progression during the pandemic. The capacity building program for marginalized farmers focused on building the skills to evaluate information, convert it into knowledge, transform the knowledge into wisdom, and be empowered to make strategic life choices where this had been previously denied to them. This was done by posing 9 questions which could guide the farmers to test and validate the information provided rather than accept facts unquestioningly. How do the farmers process the information into learning using social media? First, the farmers in the network create and share the content based on their experiences in social media, as well as other sources, and then test and verify in their fields over the next season. Other farmers too share their experiences to verify and validate based on the 9 questions. If there is substantial evidence, they adopt the new practice. Various social media platforms play a critical role in this process. As empowerment is an expected outcome of this project, COL has developed tools to measure empowerment. In Uganda and Kenya, it conducted studies comparing L3F households with other control groups such as non-L3F households and villages. Studies revealed an interesting pattern. Empowerment scores were higher for the L3F village than the non-L3F village. What was even more interesting was that women in the L3F villages had a higher mean empowerment score than men in the non-L3F village. So what is the lesson here? This was only possible because of the critical thinking practices among the farming communities, strengthened through various capacity development programs under the Lifelong Learning for Farmers project. Farmers were facilitated to vet the information and knowledge shared through social media before sharing it with others and adopting it. The sages in the past spent years in meditation and reflection to reach a stage of wisdom and empowerment. Today, technologies can help us pass through these stages very quickly through access to vast resources, global connections, and capacity building. But as Tiruvalluvar said more than 1,000 years ago, to discern the truth in everything, by whomsoever spoken, is wisdom. When such wisdom is lacking, social media can be dangerous. On the other hand, it can be a strong development tool leading to empowerment when used with scientific and logical reasoning. In the post-pandemic phase, we need to harness the positive and constructive aspects of technologies. The capacities for scientific and logical reasoning can be developed among stakeholders by using the simple framework of the 9 questions and through the use of appropriate technologies. Governments and corporations can play a major role sharing authentic information on social media platforms should be encouraged through various regulations and motivational programs. Governments and corporations should also focus on investing in more open source online technologies for verifying and validating the information. I am sure the convergence of the top-down and bottom-up interventions will help us make the transition from digital literacy to digital empowerment. With that, let me thank you for your attention.
Of the Commonwealth of Learning for her intervention. Information, knowledge, wisdom, and empowerment. Very powerful words, and this is the objective of the UNESCO initiative with all our partners around the world on Global Media and Information Literacy Week. If you're just joining us, you're at the right place. You're connected to the session on the third day of Global Media and Information Literacy Week, dialogue on an international multi-stakeholder framework for private and digital communications platform to promote media and information literacy in their policies and strategies. Those who are with us, you have heard from, and those who are just joining us, you have missed enlightening interventions from the Deputy Secretary General Ulrich of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. We have also heard from Ms. Maddie Van Scalwick, the director of A Stranger Kind organization in South Africa. South Africa is our co-host this year, and also our cooperation from the European Commission. And we have also heard just now from Ms. Asha Kanwar. We'll move very rapidly. We still have two other speakers to share with us. We're very happy to have two representatives, senior representatives from the social media platform, from digital companies. It's sometimes not easy to get digital communication companies connected with us, but we have this openness and we want to capitalize on that. So we move rapidly now then to hear from Ms. Claire Devi. Ms. Claire Devi, who is the Director of Public Policy for WhatsApp in Singapore. Ms. Claire, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Alton. It's an absolute pleasure to be here representing WhatsApp. What I thought I might do is share a little bit of a story of a few of the different places I've worked in before rounding out with some of the work that WhatsApp is doing, because I have been lucky enough to be exposed to some amazing partnerships. And I think you pick up different skills from each of those as you go through that leads us to where we are today. So, strangely enough, this isn't what I thought I was going to be doing for my career. I was meant to be working in forests. I studied forestry. But about 20 years ago, I ended up working, I was in Australia at that point, working for one of the biggest banks. And I was handed a project that said, we want to launch an education program. And we have these things that we want to make sure as the private sector that are getting added in that teachers can teach. And as part of this, I came from very, very green. I was asked to pull together a task force of representatives from all the states' education systems in Australia, as well as the national education systems. And what I learned from that experience was there was so much well-meaning content being generated by the private sector to help the education system on whatever the topic of the day was. And from a teacher's perspective in the education section, they have a list of things that they have to get through. They have to look if it's pedagogically sound. They have, certain criteria they have to hit at each year. So every year they would be delivered these boxes from the private sector of the latest set of skills that they were supposed to add in their spare time. And none of it was actually mapped to the education system. And what I took away from that is, okay, when we're looking at these cross-sector partnerships on important issues like media and information literacy, if we're going to work with the formal education system, how do we actually map it into the system that is there and teach these life skills in a way that we're not asking teachers and educators to do more? And then what is the role outside the formal system, where we have other programs and things that the private sector and government and cross-sector partnerships can do that sit outside formal education, and to be really thoughtful about those things. And from there, I moved into tech. So tech has been a passion for me, no matter what area I was in. And I worked for Microsoft, where I moved up to Singapore. So I've been working in the APAC region for more than 15 years. And working at Microsoft, at that point in time, we talked about digital literacy. And what that meant was teaching people how to physically connect to a computer itself. It was even pre kind of internet literacy. And the thought process was really, how do we give people the skills to get a job or to find information they need? Do they need to learn how to type, to use a certain type of document or spreadsheet? And digital literacy really meant, can you physically use the technology? And at that point in time, what we weren't thinking about in the same way was where the internet has gone and where social media has brought us is this idea of digital literacy now doesn't just mean, can I physically use a computer? It means, do I understand how to interact with people around the world? And as I moved from Microsoft across into Facebook, we started to talk about, and I led their kind of nonprofit and programs work for APAC and Latin America. How do we teach people to be better digital citizens? If I in Singapore are interacting with someone in South Africa or somebody in Spain or somebody in Indonesia, we all come from a different background. We have different cultural norms. How do we bring all these people together as they interact? And what are the basic skills that people need? And those skills really came down, as the previous speaker said, is how do I discern and understand all the information I now have access to? Just getting access to it is not enough. So I think that really reframes how we think about media and digital literacy, to think about the idea of people connecting with other people they may not normally have access to. But what are the skills that underlie that? If I move specifically into WhatsApp now, I think that the first part to start there is WhatsApp often gets bundled in with social media. WhatsApp is a private messaging service, and so that means there's different opportunities and challenges in terms of how we deal with misinformation. So some of the main differences are, there's no way in a private messaging service that is end-to-end encrypted like WhatsApp to search for content, to search for people. What you see is it's really more about one-to-one connections to people you know, to friends and family and groups. And we don't have any algorithms that tier what you receive. So someone sends it to you, it appears in exactly the order in which it is sent. The other important distinction, this is really critical when we think about what skills are needed and what we as a company can do in partnership on media and digital literacy, is because it is end-to-end encrypted, we do not have access to the private messages that people are sharing with friends and family. So we have no way to see what they're sharing. We have no way to block content on a platform-wide way to say, right, we'll take this piece of content down, because we can't see it or access it to it. So what we need to do when we're looking at this, aside from the education and the partnerships, which I'll come to in a moment, is, okay, how do we look at ways that we can make our product more resilient? And how do we look at ways that we can nudge people who maybe are sharing this information without malicious intent to make a better decision? So from the product side, on our side, we look at machine learning, and we have a number of techniques we do to try and identify fake and spam accounts. So these are accounts that are set up deliberately to send information which is, it's either not real or it's misinformation or scams. And at the moment, we take around 8 million of those down a month. And this is based on us being able to tell there's a level of automation, or it's not acting like a normal WhatsApp account, again, without seeing the information. We also, from a working with our customers point of view and the people who use WhatsApp, what we identified was, how do we put things inside the product that can nudge them a little bit, again, without seeing it? So in 2019, we started labeling forwarded messages. And the idea here was, prior to that, when you got a piece of information, you had no idea if it was from your mum or if your mum had received it from someone else. So we started labeling them as forwarded as a visual reminder. And then we reduced the number of people or groups you could send it to in one go to 5 chats at once. Now, with this, we saw a 25% reduction globally in the amount of messages that got forwarded. We identified then that there was what we call highly forwarded messages. So what we started to do is, when a message had been forwarded more than 5 times, it was this double arrow. And it meant that you went, okay, this hasn't just, well, it's definitely not come from my mum, but it's also come from at least 4 people before her. So that should make me think about, this isn't a personal message. This is something that's been through a lot of people. And we reduced the number of people you could send a highly forwarded message to 1 chat at a time. And with that, we saw a reduction in about 70% in the global number of these highly forwarded messages that were on WhatsApp. So there's some of the things that we have been doing in the product. The other important part of that is these partnerships, these cross-sector partnerships, working with government, working with researchers, working with nonprofits on how do we build the skills, the resilience, and the opportunities for the communities that use WhatsApp. So to give you just a couple of quick examples, I mean, I've done a lot of work based in Asia. Indonesia has been a big focus for me. And the observation over the almost 3 years working on this in Indonesia is, year to year, the flavor of the misinformation may change, or the theme of it. So, there was election misinformation, then we have health information during COVID, then something else will happen as we move into recovery. But those basic skills of setting up your account securely, checking the facts of your information, knowing what to do when something comes wrong, remain the same. So I consider them like the present, and then the wrapper changes each year. And working with ICT Watch and ComInfo in Indonesia, over the past 3 years, we've reached more than, I think, 17,000 people in different education programs about these different flavors of misinformation. And this year, we're trying a new thing, which has been going really well, working with youth ambassadors. So rather than us coming up with the content, we're providing education to them, and they're coming up with content in their own communities to educate the people around them. And I think these kind of skill building and partnerships where each of us bring our own expertise is really important. The other partnerships that we look at is, how can we make use of parts of our product for partners to use? So for example, we have a thing called the WhatsApp API, which is like our enterprise, or allows you to send kind of a much bigger level. And we've partnered with the International Fact-Checking Network to set up fact-checking bots. And we have more than 40 of these based around the world, where people can send a message, check what the latest information is, fact check a story that they get. And these are constantly updated in the background. And we've seen, particularly as we get to the local versions and local language, and where their databases are full of local stories, knowing that there is a place that you can go, you can plug in the keyword, the president's name, or the hot topic of the day, and find out if it's been fact checked, has been a really helpful service. The last one that I'll finish up on is, we're working with researchers as well to, what's the next way to start engaging people? How do you make it fun? How do you make it interesting? And how do different interventions work depending on your level of digital literacy starting point? So one of the, I think, the most challenging audiences with this, aside from those that are brand new to the internet, where you're teaching from the ground up, is people that actually consider themselves digitally savvy. because they kind of shut down as soon as you try and talk to them about here's what you can do to check information or be more safe. Like, I already know how to do that. I'm on the internet, I've got my phone, I use it all the time. So there's some really interesting work out of Cambridge University. A number of tech companies are working with them, including WhatsApp, around inoculation theory and the idea of exposing people through games to allow them to be the bad actor, so to speak, and spread misinformation in a kind of game environment. What they're finding what their research is showing is that it makes people better able to identify misinformation. And because you are speaking to people as a peer and not down to them or assuming they have no knowledge, you engage them in a different way. I think going forward for us at WhatsApp, the focus is really on how do we keep innovating the product and how do we keep innovating cross-sector partnerships and trying new things, because it's going to take so many bits and pieces of us, so many sectors coming together to work on this. This isn't a great, we came up with the one program that'll work. So I think in a post-COVID world, if we get there and seeing what happens to the internet and social media, then these innovative partnerships are going to be absolutely critical.
Thank you so much, Ms. Claire Duvey, WhatsApp. Thank you for answering the call of UNESCO to join us and for sharing those insightful thoughts with us. I think indeed we will have innovative and creative partnerships going forward. And we're anticipating that as we strengthen and articulate this multi-stakeholder framework for digital platforms and for private sector to promote media and information literacy. Thank you so much for your intervention. We're going to move rapidly along because I'm hoping that we'll still have 15, 20 minutes of discussions to talk a little bit more about the document and and to hear more of your thoughts. We're going to move to our last speaker for the day. Last but by no means least, I think Ronan, well, we say Ronan on a first name basis because, we are partners, strong partners. We work together a lot, and UNESCO is very, very, pleased with the cooperation with Twitter, and we're looking to really expand and deepen that cooperation. We have done quite a bit with Twitter, and Twitter is also a standing partner of Global Media and Information Literacy Week. We really want to echo that openness because it's setting that stage, that foundation, this model for what can happen in terms of cooperation with social media platforms like WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, and so many others. Yesterday we had Google also on a panel. Twitter opened their educators guide, for technical support and input, from UNESCO, and that was really unprecedented. And where they recognized, and I don't want to speak to what Ronan is going to say, but just really giving a UNESCO perspective that this is possible, it can be done. We have started it, we have initiated a process. WhatsApp has responded to our call, and let's expand this. Ronan, please, Costello, Senior Policy Officer from Twitter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alton. Appreciate it. Always good to talk with you and friends of UNESCO. As Alton said, our partnership with UNESCO has been ongoing for several years now. I think we initially partnered around a Global MIL Week where we launched some emojis together, such that if you tweeted Global MIL Week or think before sharing or think before clicking, it activated some custom emojis on the Twitter platform. And we've attended the Global MIL Week conferences now for several years. As Alton mentioned, we also cooperated on a handbook for educators, which has since been localized into over 10 languages. It's called Teaching and Learning with Twitter. And we will probably update that in the coming year and seek further sort of distribution opportunities for it. Our colleagues around the world on the global public policy team for Twitter have been distributing it in their countries with their stakeholders, be it local UNESCO offices or other actors in the media and information literacy space, or in the disinformation space, or anyone that is kind of seeking to improve the health of the information environment on Twitter and elsewhere. Because actually the handbook itself, while it was produced by us, I think only at the very end are there a couple of case studies in it about Twitter specifically. The rest of it was very deliberately designed to be generally applicable to the online space. And I think the handbook is all the better for it. So I'm glad to join today's conversation to share some information, some updates since we last spoke at last year's conference on what Twitter has been doing. You know, this year and last year have obviously been kind of a seismic period of time in the disinformation and media and information literacy space. The pandemic has certainly challenged the capacity of platforms to respond in a timely and effective manner to the threat of disinformation and misleading information. And obviously, there was a critical and key importance to meeting this challenge because it had a very real impact on public health outcomes, on individuals, on communities, on their capacity to respond to the pandemic in a sort of in a way that was good for the individual and good for the collective. So I think I mentioned last year that Twitter does have a policy around misleading information, and that policy has sort of three main pillars. It's focused on, it was initially developed with a focus on civic integrity. So in other words, elections and referendums and events like that, such that if you started tweeting that you can vote for this candidate by texting 50321, then we would bounce that tweet, or we would put a label on it as being a misleading attempt to mislead other voters into kind of an incorrect way to participate in an election. That policy has since been expanded. It now includes false and manipulated media, otherwise known as deep fakes, because again, the intention with a lot of deep fakes can be to maliciously mislead people into thinking that someone said something or someone did something that they didn't do. And that obviously has abusive effects, it has hateful effects, it has slanderous and defamatory effects. So that is part of our misleading information policy. But then, of course, at the outset of the pandemic, consideration had to be made for how an issue of such significant public health importance would be factored into our policy on misleading information. And so the policy was expanded and now includes misinformation around COVID-19. And then laterally, as the vaccines began to be approved by national and international public health bodies, it also now includes misinformation around the COVID-19 vaccines. So if you say to someone, well, you know, COVID-19 is a hoax, COVID-19 is fake, the vaccines are a conspiracy, and all of these kinds of things, we will take a number of actions. And this kind of gets into another area I think that's interesting to discuss in the context of misinformation and media and information literacy, in that we don't just bounce tweets. We don't just kind of delete tweets or suspend accounts from the platform. We also have options where, as Claire mentioned, with regards to forwarded messages and things like that, we can add labels to tweets. We can tell people specifically, the claim that's being made in this tweet is disputed, and it is disputed by these authoritative sources. And then we link we put a link at the bottom of the tweet, and that brings folks to the authoritative source. You know, it could be the World Health Organization, it could be Reuters or the Associated Press that has published reporting contrary to the claim being made in the tweet. So I think it's important that we add these sort of signifiers, these notifications to the content, to give people not only the sense that Twitter says that this claim is disputed, but that real experts in this area say the claim is disputed. Now, I think we definitely need to do more research as an entire sector into how effective those labels are. I think we see a lot of clicks going through on them, so that's great to see that engagement. But I'd love to see some sort of information as to like how many minds are they changing. So I think that's something that we could work on as a next step. I should add as well that on the product front, and this will hopefully be gratifying to all the MIL specialists here, that when last year we started testing a prompt on Twitter such that if you try to retweet something on Twitter now that contains a link to an article, and we can tell that you haven't actually opened the article, we'll stop you. We'll stop you and say, it looks like you're sharing this, you're trying to share this tweet. It doesn't seem like you have clicked through on the URL. Do you want to pause for a second and read the article before you share it? Because there can be a sense that maybe they've just been kind of enticed to engage because the headline of the article was very sensational or very provocative. And I'm glad to say that that test was very successful. We saw 40% more users opening the article, and we saw 33% more users opening the article and reading it before deciding to then retweet it with a comment of their own. So I think that makes a significant difference to the health of the information environment when you have people kind of pausing to read something before sharing it and not just basing it off their initial impression of the headline. Hopefully that makes for a more kind of considered online conversation and discussion. I think there's another element to this as well, where, you know, unfortunately in the misinformation space, some of the most unfortunate actions are being taken by states. And what Twitter has tried to do over the last few years is make disclosures around state-backed information operations, where states may be trying to drive misleading narratives or narratives that are in the interests of particular governments and whatever. So you can, I would say briefly that if you're interested in that space and you want access to data, because I know that our researchers and academic partners are always asking for more data, more transparency, and I think Twitter is definitely trying to do that. You can go to, if you just Google state-backed information operations Twitter, you can apply for access to the archive of all of that and download it. And also last week, we published an archive of data which you can apply for access for as well, which shows how Twitter has been monitoring what kind of narratives and content are being amplified by the timeline, the home timeline algorithm. And we want researchers to take a look at this. We have come to our own findings as to what kind of narratives are being amplified there. You can check out the blog on that. I think that might be interesting to folks here as well. And then finally, the last thing I would say, because I know, Alton, we want to get into Q&A, is that the general concept of a multi-stakeholder framework for promoting media and information literacy is right within the wheelhouse of what Twitter has been advocating for the last couple of years as we talk to policymakers. 2 weeks ago, we published 5 guidelines for policymakers to keep in mind as they develop regulation for the next generation of the open internet. And I think media and information literacy and the threat of disinformation is at the core of that. Basically, you know, and very much in line what Alton and the team are trying to promote here with the multi-stakeholder framework, we're trying to say to policymakers that the open internet, the internet that we all have been using for the last 20, 25 years or so, is global and should be built on open standards and the protection of human rights. That trust is essential and can be built on transparency, procedural fairness, and privacy. That recommendation and ranking algorithms should be subject to human choice and control. We give our users control over their timeline algorithm. That competition and choice and innovation are foundations of the open internet. And that content moderation is more than just leave up or take down. That labels and other interventions, such as the article prompt, should be enabled and not kind of limited by regulation. And so when we talk about a multi-stakeholder framework that's international and regional, that thinks of the internet as a global tool and platform, and that thinks that international human rights standards should be at the core of how we think of multi-stakeholder frameworks and regulation, I think we're almost like 100% aligned on this, and that's why we're excited to continue working with UNESCO on it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Renan. We have just heard there from Renan Castillo, Senior Policy Officer from Twitter. Media and information literacy by design is what UNESCO calls some of the mechanisms that were described by you, Renan, and also by Claire Divey, for those who are just joining us, by Claire Divey from WhatsApp. Media and information literacy by design, where we use technology and machine learning artificial intelligence to prompt persons to think critically and click wisely. A lot more of this can be done. We have 13 minutes left in the session, and what I'm suggesting is that we do a round with each of the speakers, responding to two basic questions very briefly. Unfortunately, the Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Ulrich, from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, had to leave us for another engagement, but we were happy to have him. We still have a number of distinguished speakers with us. So we're going to follow very much the order that we did at the beginning. And, so two questions, to pose, and maybe for our social media partners who are here, would love to hear from you, and we're going to come to you. We're going to follow the order, but we're going to come to you to hear from both Miss Claire Duvey and Renan Castillo as to what are some of the downsides of the mechanisms that you have implemented. You have given some of the good results that you have seen from some of these mechanisms. Are there some downsides that you see, just for you to reflect until we come to you? But in the two broader questions that I want to pose here from UNESCO standpoint, for each speaker to take 2 minutes, to respond to, and they're big questions, and maybe you have touched on some of the issues, but what you would like to highlight and leave with the community moving forward. And the first part of the question is, how do you see, from your standpoint, whether as a civil society representative, as the organization A Stranger Kind, or a multimedia digital platform, how do you see the benefits of media and information literacy to media sustainability, digital platform transparency? In your standpoint, how do you see media and information literacy enabling sustainability of media and digital platform, and also transparency at the same time? And then the second part of the question, for you to respond to, can you share with us, 2 or 3 key recommendation, key content points or issues or actions that you think must be foregrounded in an international multi-stakeholder framework for digital platform and private sector to promote media and information literacy? So the first is related to sustainability and transparency. How do you see media and information literacy enabling that? And then the second is related to concrete action points, elements or issues that you think should be prioritized and foregrounded in this international framework that UNESCO, the European Commission, and many multilateral organizations is developing with private sector and civil society. So we can again start with the order that we had before. So the first speaker will be, well, in this case, it will be Miss Maddie van Schalwyk.
Thank you. Yes, I think from our side, what we see can help with the sustainability, and maybe also help people that want to write policies or understand how we can create a better environment for these landscapes, would be, in participating with people from different backgrounds or different environments. Like when we host an event and someone can engage with an individual, we get to actually experience some of the challenges they face, and we might have a bit more of a personal investment in how we wanted to really be inclusive. And I use an example like having one of our volunteers this week that actually presented on a topic of accessibility, struggling with connection on a platform that was hosted for the international framework, where having connectivity is considered kind of a standard and almost is seen as a level of professionalism, where the reality of a lot of people taking part, our global audience that we want to bring on to become more literate, struggles with things that fall outside. If we want to have policies that people can access or training manuals, do they even know how to find it? How do we reach those outside of the numbered people that we are writing this content for, if that makes sense? And then the action again is just to really, when we think about these policies or writing these programs, and it's necessary to maybe engage to have that invested feeling when you are an individual connecting on this content is to step away, not just from saying, hey, this is the majority, or this is the number of people we've reached, but to actually say within that number we have touched these marginalized communities, the smaller communities, the ones that is not maybe the largest part of the statistics, but that needs that information or needs to be able to represent their own lived experiences on these platforms as well. And I think that would be my main points to leave with everyone.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Maddie Van Skalvik. You made really important point because we do all remember that some 41% of the world population still do not have access to the internet, to digital technologies, and we need to find ways to reach them. And our social media platforms and digital platforms and private sectors can help with that. There are many offline, creative, innovative interventions offline that can be developed. And so, we have taken that point. It's a very strong recommendations, and we're sure that our partners here from social media are listening to that. Thank you so much, Miss Maddie from A Stranger Kind, South Africa, our host for this year Global Media and Information Literacy Week. So we go quickly to now Miss Claire Devi, Director of Public Policy, WhatsApp, Singapore. Claire, I think you have probably a three-part question, because the first one was in terms of, and are there downsides to some of the mechanisms that WhatsApp has implemented in your view, and then to respond to the issue of sustainability and transparency, and how you think media and information literacy can drive that, as well as a couple of concrete action points, issues, or content you think should be prioritized in this framework document that we're developing through a multi-stakeholder approach and consultation.
All right, let me do this in the 90-second version of it. In terms of the downside or the challenges, I think in an encrypted environment where you can't see the messages, you're always walking the balance between trying to create the right nudges and the right thing without being able to see the content people are forwarding. So it's a very delicate balance between making life so difficult that people can't use the product, but difficult enough that it helps people think before they do something. And with machine learning and trying to catch the automated spam, it's just like a constant education of the machine learning systems till they get better. And it's a challenge when they don't get it right, or the experience of someone is their account is shut down or removed, and they haven't done anything wrong. So I'd say it's an ongoing challenge. For the second part of the question, I think on the sustainability side, way back to where I started, my talk was, how do we move things into the formal education system in a way that these digital and media literacy skills are seen as critical life skills? And how do you adjust what was in the traditional world where you taught values and citizenship into something that makes sense in this digital world? And the three skills that I think are important for all of these, the first is understanding personal safety and what you can do online when you're interacting with people to protect yourself. I think the second is critical thinking, the ability to assess the information that you have in front of you. And finally, with the skill of critical thinking, respectful engagement. So if you disagree with someone, what is the way to ask the questions to have that discourse that doesn't degenerate into bad speech or hate speech, or never gets the point across you're trying to make because you haven't been focused in the right area? I think that's my answer to the three-part question.
Okay, thank you so much, Claire, for that. And then we turn now to, again, Mr. Ronan Castillo, Senior Public Officer Manager at Twitter.
Thanks, Alton. Yeah, I think I'd echo a lot of what Claire said there. The shortcomings of interventions on the platform side is always kind of arrives at the question is, are you doing enough, and is what you're doing effective? So, article prompts or putting labels on tweets that lead to fact-checked information from the World Health Organization or whatever it might be, is that really kind of changing behavior? Is that changing an understanding of the topic? Some of these beliefs that people have developed, be they conspiratorial or just mildly skeptical, are ingrained, and they're compounded by narratives that they're getting from other media sources, be it their favorite podcasts or actual legacy broadcasting organizations or newspapers. So it's definitely a holistic kind of challenge that we're facing. And then there's, of course, the general appeal that sensationalized information has over the sometimes more prosaic truth, right? There's that old saying that a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth puts its boots on. And that quote, ironically, is often misattributed to the wrong person. So this is obviously not a new challenge, but it's something that is exacerbated by the speed of platforms and things like that. I 100% agree with Claire that we need to get better at including formal media and information literacy education into school settings. Although we would note as well, and I'm sure you've seen this, and everyone on the call has seen this, that often digitally savvy, media literate young people are the slowest to believe in conspiracy theories or to kind of fall for misinformation that they see online. And certainly in a lot of countries, the take up, for example, of the COVID-19 vaccine has been really, really high among young people, which kind of expresses that there's minimal sort of skepticism there with respect to that issue. And the action points for the framework document, I mentioned earlier that Twitter is talking a lot about open internet policy, open internet policy making on a global basis. And the reason I say that, and you'll all be familiar with this, is that there are trends, there are worrying trends where issues like disinformation are being used in some parts of the world, in some countries, as an excuse or as a reason to enact really, really onerous legislation that would quite significantly constrict the online environment, right? Where disinformation is being interpreted very broadly, very harshly, to the disadvantage of individuals and to the disadvantage of those individuals to be able to participate in a pretty open and free conversation online. So what I definitely like to see, and I think what Twitter would like to contribute to the conversation around a multi-stakeholder framework, is that we think of this open internet policy discussion in a regional and global sense, that we don't kind of narrow it down to national concerns, and that we try to base it on universal human rights standards that acknowledge the challenges of the internet of the last 20 years, because no one is saying that there haven't been challenges. There have been very significant challenges that have affected the information space and the democratic space. That is a given, an absolute given. But we want to also set up the next 20 years of the internet in such a way that it continues to be a global space and not something that becomes narrower and narrower and more tightly defined and controlled.
A beautiful note to end on: the internet as a global space, a wide global space, multi-stakeholder, managed through multi-stakeholder approach and not become narrowed and controlled. We thank you so much. We thank you, our presenters, our partners. Thanks to the listeners, all the presenters, even those who were not here, who had to move off to other engagement. For example, the Deputy Secretary General Ulrich from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. Thanks to WhatsApp, to Twitter, for again the partnership, to Ms. Maddie Van Scalwick from A Stranger Kind. You have enriched us. You have heard it here on the Global Media and Information Literacy Week 2021. We are making history. We are breaking new grounds. We are reaching to new heights to promoting media and information literacy. And we're doing this through multi-stakeholder approach. And so look forward, check our website to see more information about this multi-stakeholder framework. As I said earlier, we continue the consultation. We continue the dialogue with our social media friends and partners, with private sector, with civil society organizations, with multilateral partners. On the 9th of December, during the Internet Governance Forum, we will have another international cooperation with high-level representatives. We invite you to sign up, to check for that session in the Internet Governance Forum this December, and sign up for this session. We will prepare this document. It will be online, in an online version, and shared across the world to get more inputs. And hopefully we're looking to launch this framework, this international multi-stakeholder framework on digital platform and private sector organizations to promote media and information literacy in their policies and operation about the second quarter of next year. So stay tuned. Thank you, sir, very much. There are many other sessions that are continuing that, please see the agenda online. And then we have two more days of exciting lineup. See the different events happening around the world through the Global Media and Information Literacy Week virtual map on the virtual conference platform, and so that you can connect with other initiatives and stakeholders. Thank you so much again. Thank you, partners. And with that, we close the session. Thank you very much.
The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners, instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges and enable people to better benefit from positive opportunities. It gives individuals the skills to interpret and understand information, to think critically and click wisely, both on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. It provides a comprehensive framework for information, media, and digital competencies, so individuals can spot misinformation and engage positively in society. It's not just a framework, but a foundation to live by. To help make sense of ever-changing information-based influences by becoming media and information literate citizens, we are empowered to make the right choices. Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely on and offline.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together, promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy for all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organisations. Member organisations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation. Driven by UNESCO and partners with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors and thematic working groups, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or an organisation. Get involved now. Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions, such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society.
The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners, instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges and enable people to better benefit from positive opportunities. It gives individuals the skills to interpret and understand information, to think critically and click wisely, both on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. It provides a comprehensive framework for information, media, and digital competencies, so individuals can spot misinformation and engage positively in society. It's not just a framework, but a foundation to live by. To help make sense of ever-changing information-based influences by becoming media and information literate citizens, we are empowered to make the right choices. Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely on and offline.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy for all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organisations. Member organisations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation. Driven by UNESCO and partners with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors and thematic working groups, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or an organisation. Get involved now. Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions, such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society. The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners, instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges and enable people to better benefit from positive opportunities. It gives individuals the skills to interpret and understand information.
Welcome to Global MIL Week. Media and information literacy is really a hot topic these days, especially since we've had the pandemic. And somebody has to cut their mic, please, for this so that we can share a discussion. without too much noise. So, as I was saying, we're very lucky to have this event taking place in South Africa. Unfortunately, we are most of us online, but this is not going to prevent us from having a very healthy, I hope, discussion. Our topic today is media and information literacy for global citizenship. And we're going to address as well the issue of digital transformation in this global citizenship. I have an incredibly competent panel with me on these issues. And I'm going to present them very rapidly. They'll introduce themselves a little bit more as they go. So by order of first role of speaking, there'll be Mrs. Safa Naim from Palestine. She's an associate program director at Tactical Tech in Germany. She develops educational materials and is building partnerships around the world around global citizenship, and she'll tell us more about that. She's also worked in adult education and editing, and this issue of adult education is going to be a suspect part of our discussion today. Then we'll have Professor Olunifesi Suraj from Nigeria. He's at the Department of Mass Communication at the University of Lagos. He works as social media and knowledge management consultant also, and he's coordinator of our MIL chapter, the UNESCO network on media and information literacy and intercultural dialogue, of which I am also part. He's also executive director of the African Center for Media and Intercultural Dialogue, ACMID, and he'll tell us more about his role there also. Then we'll hear Professor Aaron Rensburg from South Africa, our host country. He is the chairperson of the South African National Commission for UNESCO and the Ministerial Committee on the Review of a Higher Education, Science and Technology Landscape. And he also has many, many hats, including having gone to Stanford University, where I've been to. So we know that we share some common background in education. Then there'll be Professor Despoina Anagnostopoulou, I hope I didn't hurt your name, from Greece. University of Macedonia. She is UNESCO Chair of Intercultural Policy for an Active Citizenship and Solidarity. And we'll hear more about not just Greece, but Europe from her. We'll then have Dr. Zeynep Varoglu. She's at UNESCO. She's part of the OER Dynamic Coalition and the program specialist in the Digital Innovation and Transformation section of a CI sector at UNESCO headquarters in Paris, a neighbor at the moment, since I will be talking from the Sorbonne Nouvelle University perspective myself from time to time. And last but not least, from Canada, Professor Paul R. Carr, our UNESCO Chair in Democracy, Global Citizenship and Transformative Education at Université du Québec en Outaouais. His research focuses on political sociology with specific threads related to democracy, global citizenship, media literacy, peace studies, the environment, intercultural relations, and transformative change in education. So here we have basically all our keywords, and without much ado, I'm going to give the floor to our first speaker to sort of first try to figure out what is this digital transformation we're all facing and how is it affecting citizenship at our level and at a global level. So what is your diagnosis as experts, as specialists of this situation? What are the threats? What are the risks? Please, the floor is yours, Ms. Safa Naim.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. You know, I work at Tactical Tech, as you mentioned, and here at Tactical Tech, we explore the effects of technology on societies. We really take a holistic approach in our exploration. And what I mean by that is that, you know, it's in the past are the days where our online and our offline lives, where they used to be separate, Now they're interconnected in so many ways. I mean, the truth is that my bank stores my sensitive information online. My doctor saves notes about my health in online connected systems. When I take a trip, like a flight, I have to enter my passport number and visa status in an online website. Even stepping further back, smartphones are dominated by the major operating systems, Apple iOS versus Google Android, which have access to all of my contacts, messages, and online behaviors. And I'm just using myself as an example, but actually for people like refugees who seek essential services to receive shelter, food, and safety, this is all done using technology such as iris, the eye and the fingerprint scanners in interconnected systems. Our data is deeply personal. And even if we don't really trust those systems, more times than not, we don't really have another choice, especially for essential services and especially for people in vulnerable situations. You'll be hard-pressed to find people who really want their private data to be collected and sold, especially when they know how it could be used. Oftentimes, people agree to the terms and conditions out of a lack of choices or information. Typically, on a larger scale, your data may be collected by data brokers in order to categorize your personality. Most popularly, it's with the so-called OCEAN psychometric pattern. However, other models exist. This information is interesting and valuable to companies because as soon as you can be categorized into a personality group with thousands or millions of other people, you will begin to get certain advertisements, headlines, or misinformation, website designs like button placement and colors, which have been optimized to get you to click, read, watch, share, or vote, to name a few. Using targeted advertisements to sell a pair of shoes, probably not so bad, but using the same targeted advertisement channels to persuade people to vote in a certain way, to ignore the latest findings from the scientific community, and to stoke feelings of fear, resentment, or distrust in minority or immigrant populations, definitely that's terrible. What's even worse is when those feelings turn to action that put people in danger. So in part, I see that digital and media literacy is very much lacking in this area. For example, how technology is trained in schools. But also, obviously, the big issue is that tech companies, especially the giants, GAFAM, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, but also the smaller websites and apps who are not taking enough concrete and direct measures to protect the people who use their services. This is an issue. There is a lacking of a common do no harm principle, which companies across the board and organizations should follow and prioritize the privacy and well-being of people. And educating the public is critical and is really a shared responsibility. So I'll hand over the mic to the next person.
Gracious. I knew I should give you the floor first because you definitely painted the picture. And coming from a young person and from a tech perspective, I think this is worth hearing, and it's a good start to our discussion. I keep the idea that there's a lack of ethical guidance at the moment and guidelines for companies themselves. And they are part of the game, and media and information literacy is multi-stakeholders and needs to take into account your perspective. So thank you very much. So second to have the floor is, if I'm not mistaken, Professor Olunifezi Suraj. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Divina. And it's nice having me around here, and also the other panelists. Actually, this is a very noble topic. And let me just put it straight, that I could see the threat and the risk in three major ways. And the major way is that how do we address the participation and inclusiveness gap? You see, how do we solve the media transparency problem? How do we meet the contemporary ethical challenge. You see, the digital platform, digital transformation, stating by the first one, which is how do we address the participation inclusive gap. We have come to an age where we have, because of the digital transformation, we have digital haves and digital have-nots. And we have the digital natives and digital immigrants. This has polarized our societies because now the digital natives are more used to the system. They have access to the system, they can use it. The digital immigrants are struggling to have it. This has created inequalities. We are having a digital transformation that's supposed to globalize the entire world, making our world peaceful. But what we are having right now is disintegrating our culture, disintegrating our society. Instead of globalization, we are having nationalization. We are having ethnic who are now having their voice, you see, and these issues and the access to information, you go back to the third world countries and the first world country or so-called advanced country or the developing country, you see this gap to come to access information. And this go back to what the New London Group said. They say if it were possible to define generally the mission of education, it could be said that its fundamental purpose is to ensure that students benefit from learning in ways that allow them to participate fully in public, community, and economic life. But this is not happening. This is not happening because the platform is actually, digital transformation every 6 months or less than that, things get updated. So education is not meeting up with the innovations and the pace of this technological transformation. This has created a lot of divide. And the second one, like I said, the media transparency problem. How do we ensure that every citizen has the ability to articulate its understanding of how media shapes perception of its culture and that of others? The digital transformation has brought about the issue of media transparency problem. You see the algorithms, you see AI, information bubble. You see where information are prioritized, and those people that admit some information to go up, while the other are put under. You see the problem. You see the lot of issues of how the tech giants, you see, in their use of marketing strategies, are even giving vent to hate speech, to fake news. We have a lot of reports right now about how, not deliberately, but because of their algorithm and search engine optimizations, these issues are coming up. They are prioritizing issue of radicalism. They are prioritizing the issue of hate speech. And so people are no longer trusting media because of digital transformation. Now, the third one I see as put as threat is how do we meet the contemporary ethical challenge? How do we ensure that every citizen has been socialized into the emerging ethical standards that should shape their practice as media makers and as global citizens in online communities dictated by web culture? Now, what I see here is that you see that there are a lot of ethical issues when it comes to digital platforms. You see the issue of hate speech, you see the issue of fake news, you see the issue of deep fake, fake deep, all are coming up because of web culture. You are coming to a web culture where people are free to voice their opinion, which is good, freedom of expression. But in the course of freedom of expression, we have seen a lot of hate speech, a lot of ethical issues, etiquette problem. These issues, I will see, go back to our society, global citizen education. So we need more of education that can address all these issues because society is becoming fragmentized, society is becoming stigmatized, stereotypes by how discriminations are coming up because of all these digital platforms, digital emerging technologies, and so on. So I think, let me stop here so that other people can have their floor.
Very good. So we're continuing this diagnosis, and it's true that we all feel that there is a switch from the early days of digital transformation that was sort of all the surf and the sort of ideal of global sharing. And now we realize that there seems to be a massive input of issues that are fragmenting instead of globalizing and bringing risks into our society. And I retain from your speech the idea of transparency and the need for participation. This is very much one of our competences in media and information literacy. But we'll continue speaking, and thank you, Olunife. Let's go now to our colleague from South Africa, from our host country, Professor Ransberg. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Fraumeigs. Allow me first to express my sincerest appreciation to have been invited to join this very auspicious panel on the occasion of South Africa's co-hosting this year's Global Media and Information Literacy for All Week, the first sub-Saharan African nation to host this week. The title of our session is absolutely appropriate, relevant, and necessary. It also does present an enormous challenge to surmount for myself, fellow panelists, and indeed for all citizens across our planet. So why do I say this? Well, media and information literacy, global citizenship, and digital transformation are individually already large, complex, and inclusive concepts and ambitions. Now, it seems intuitive to commence my discussion with reflecting on media and information literacy, and then to progress to the much broader concepts of global citizenship and digital transformation. But some might argue that the contrary holds far more logic. So allow me to commence my analysis in the middle of these, with global citizenship. We could consider global citizenship as enabling and empowering people to become far more aware and critically engaged in their surrounding world, of their place and purpose in that world, and of the competencies they need to take actions that benefit their fellow citizens and themselves rather than to do harm. This includes being able to advocate for political, economic, and social justice, inclusion, and empowerment, while respecting and valuing diversity amongst people's cultures, opinions, and ideas in our various and multiple societies. In this regard, consider the example. In Southern Africa, we speak of Ubuntu, the recognition that as a spirit being, I am the product of the compassion, the love, and the altruism of my fellow spirit beings who I interact with, and that ipso facto, the same expectations for securing a harmonious community also rests on my shoulders. Now, for UNESCO, there is no widely agreed definition of citizenship. Furthermore, global citizenship does not entail any legal status. It does, however, refer to the general sense of belonging to a global community that is imbued with human solidarity. So two realities lie here that we need to grapple with. Firstly, traditional media and digital technologies mediate how people interact with others and the work around them. Secondly, at the root of people's interaction with others, places, events, and various social phenomena lies information and communication. And strikingly, this information and misinformation, as so aptly demonstrated during the current global COVID-19 pandemic, has now become an eclectic, if not messy, and unregulated potpourri of content generated in digital spaces, that is generated by users as well as by professionals such as journalists. This leads me to my second observation concerning digital transformation. Well, I think we agree that digital evolution and even transformation is occurring within a very complex digital ecosystem, as my fellow panelists have already referred to. What is clear is that the world is increasingly dependent on digital technologies to operate, quote unquote, normally. This quote unquote normal changes exponentially with rapid advances in technologies that drive social, economic, political, and even cultural processes. The risk is that the massive opportunities the technologies bring can themselves be turned into potential colossal threats. And clearly, our attention must be focused on how we avoid these threats, as colleagues have already reflected on. So, where are people in all this? And here we must consider people not as homogeneous, but as diverse groups in respect of their abilities and their agencies to access and to use digital technologies for varying and multiple purposes and with varying and multiple benefits. These diverse groups are also layered with many other factors, including, as shown by research, for example, of school, college, and university graduates' digital literacy competencies, the ability to critically evaluate content or information is troubling. And finally, in this rapidly evolving dependence on digital technologies, we must also ask, what freedom do people sacrifice? And what freedom do they gain when they make personal investments of time and resources in these evolving digital technologies? I thank you, Chair.
Fantastic and bang on with the question of definitions and the unfortunate problem that we don't have a consensual one, and this maybe UNESCO can take up so that we reach a kind of a consensus, definitely around what you were pointing out and the key oil of information. So thank you for underlining that, and also pointing at the fact that maybe we're not longer speaking about transformation per se. We are in a kind of new normal where digital is the norm. It's as if we were past a certain cusp, and now the digital sort of controls the non-digital. But let's keep going in our discussion with Ms. Dispoina, if you will, Professor Dispoina Anagnopoulos. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chairperson. I would like to thank UNESCO for the invitation to contribute in this discussion and in this week celebration. As my expertise is EU law, I would like to answer your question by first demonstrating how European citizenship compares to global citizenship and how digital transformation enhances democracy in the EU and enhances also European citizenship. Global citizenship or cosmopolitanism has no widely agreed definition, as you said. Building on Minister Rensburg's definition and following the UNESCO definition in Global Citizenship Education Program, global citizenship refers more to a sense of belonging to the global community and a common sense of humanity, with its presumed members experiencing solidarity and collective identity among themselves, as well as collective responsibility at the global level. It may eventually generate engagement through civic actions in the public domain to promote more peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, and secure societies. Academics also refer to its characteristics based on the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, which implies human rights, non-discrimination, and free movement beyond borders aspects of global citizenship. So European citizenship has been established by the Treaty of the European Union in 1993 and is automatically recognized for all citizens of the EU member states. European citizenship only complements and does not replace national citizenship. So being European does not mean that you are not a Greek, a German, or an Italian. It means that you are both Greek and European. Though supranational, it is dependent on national citizenship of an EU member state in a non-competitive way. It is a rights-based status aiming to grant the right to free movement and non-discrimination, protect diversity, and give limited EU political rights, mostly to mobile European citizens. For example, the right to vote and be voted in municipal elections or European Parliament elections in other member states than the member state of national citizenship, so that a German may vote in Rome for the local elections. Initially, critics considered it as a mere legal and judicial construction, but the Court of Justice of the European Union has proclaimed it as the fundamental status of the European citizens. Professor Willem Maas in Canada has described European citizenship as quasi-continental, since the EU now covers 27 out of 47 European states. In the European Union, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Greece, Slovakia, Czechia, Bulgaria are included. So we could illustrate it as a form of global citizenship at the regional level. It also enhances a sense of belonging to the European Union for the European citizens and attempts to establish a European collective identity, the European identity, based on the common values of human dignity, fundamental rights, and the rule of law in an inclusive, tolerant society. For example, the European Union has promoted measures such as the European passport, the European driving license, the electronic identities to access public services online in other EU countries. The EU has established rights and obligations for European citizens in the context of the EU internal market, the EU policies, and then in the area of freedom, security, and justice. The European citizens enforce their EU rights through the national courts and the European Union courts. On the other hand, European citizens have implied obligations such as respect of fundamental rights of others and the prohibition of racism and hate speech. Most importantly, mobile or not, they can participate in the democratic life of the European Union, either as individuals or as members of the civil society. They can also join public debates or submit European citizens' initiatives that may change the EU agenda. Digital transformation through the EU digital agenda since 2010 has significantly contributed in European citizenship enhancement, since citizens' participation is greatly facilitated by using digital platforms. Therefore, the EU recognizes that access to reliable and fact-based information is crucial for European citizens making sound decisions and participating in all areas of society, either at the EU level or at the national level. Long before the COVID-19 pandemic, the European Union had already worked towards media and information literacy with legislation. That means regulating the audiovisual sector, prohibiting discrimination and hate speech, and promoting fundamental rights such as the freedom of expression, the right to privacy, and the right to protection of personal data. It has also used soft tools such as the Voluntary Code of Practice Against Misinformation in 2016, the Council's recommendation for inclusive education in 2018, and so on, just to name a few. The Code of Practice against misinformation is the world's first self-regulatory instrument to fight disinformation and ensure transparency and accountability of major American platforms. It sets out principles and self-commitments for online platforms and the advertising sector to counter the spread of disinformation online in the European Union and of hate speech online. So this is all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for this overview of one region and this idea that maybe global is also regional and that there's multi-layered loyalties that have to be created and facilitated so that there's no competition, no contradiction in people's mind. I think that's one of the big challenges of remaining diverse while at the same time pushing for the same values and the same principles. And so maybe we have a Brussels effect. Having been part of this expert group for the first ethical guidelines, I can tell you that it was a very challenging responsibility. We were aware that we were being watched by the rest of the world. We were not sure about the transparency issues around the platforms. And unfortunately, the news about Facebook and how it kept going for profit and traffic that is now being shown by whistleblowers in the United States is confirming that we may have to revise and maybe strengthen some of our policies. But definitely you're pointing at policies and definitely the level of regulation and education being carried and promoted by regulation. And the directive on audiovisual media services makes it an obligation for member states to promote media literacy. So it is a very interesting model. And hopefully there's others that are going to emerge during our discussion. Let's go to Canada, because Canada is also proposing very interesting models in media literacy. And the DECIMET chair is part of this movement. Paul, Professor Carr, could you please take the floor now?
Yes, thank you so much, Davina. Nice to see you. Nice to be with everyone. Thank you for the wonderful comments. I think what I'd like to do is just briefly talk about global citizenship and what is the context for what we're thinking about around the world. And we can see that, the environment, we're in a catastrophic situation which affects the world. Social inequalities, despite all of the technology, everything that we know, are increasing, and in many regards are doing it at a very accelerated rate. We have migrations from around the world, poverty, feminicide. We have continued intransigence in relation to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in Canada and elsewhere, war and conflict. All of these things have not disappeared, and we would think, well, we can communicate, we can get along, we can dialogue. And I think this is one of the main issues for global citizenship. How do we dialogue? And so with social media in particular, I think there's a number of really important and interesting social movements that have affected us around the world that probably wouldn't have taken place without social media. I can mention a couple: Me Too, Moi Aussi, Yo También, Occupy movement, Indignados, Arab Spring, Idle No More, Aboriginal movement in Canada, Black Lives Matter, Peace Movement, Anti-Poverty Movement. So there's lots of important, dynamic, transformative movements, social movements that are taking place using social media, using creative, innovative technology, videos, communications, and networks, and so on. At the same time, we can see that there's also a rise parallelly in a parallel context with extremist groups, radical groups, ideologies. The January 6th, 2021 insurrection in Washington is one micro example, but there's so many others, political parties and so on, that have mobilized. So I think that what we can see at the same time, and I'll just very briefly outline this, is that there's probably three layers or forms or frameworks of democracy. Democracy 1.0, which is the normative elections, political parties, voting, normative institutions, and so on, where we have a kind of a one-way information system. Democracy 2.0 is with all of these mini publics, social justice, and internet, a lot of different communications, and a bit more chaotic, but a bit more democratic. And then democracy 3.0, which involves the algorithms and all of the other tracking devices. And Safa nicely laid out some of the technological implications. And I think my own read is that we have all these three forms of democracy taking place at the same time. A lot of people around the world don't like to vote in normative elections, don't like to participate in these normative political parties, don't participate in these normative institutions. And we can see in education as well that it's lagging behind a lot of civil society and other movements around the world because of neoliberalism and others. We can also see that popular culture is very important in this debate. Squid Games is viewed around the world, debated, discussed. Is it about violence? Is it about contesting capitalism? Is it about how we are rejected? This is one example. I think there's many other important examples like playing for change that mobilize people, can show how we can interact. And I think all of this leads to the important point, I think, of dialogue. How do we dialogue? Deliberative democracy, critical engagement, part of this media and information literacy. And in schools, it can take place in part, and it should, and we need to reinforce it. But I think there's a lot of civil society movement and interest. We also see increasing engagement around the world in all sorts of languages. And one interesting point about social media, which we can critique, of course, is that there are networks in Bulgarian, Mongolian, and all sorts of languages, indigenous languages. This is important to break down the English language, American hegemonic notion of how we control things. Of course, a lot of the technologies are developed, Facebook and others, with hegemonic views. And I guess to conclude, I guess some of the threats, and we've already mentioned many of them, but the algorithms, the concentration of information, the lack of critical and media literacy in a formal sense, and the belief that we believe that we are more engaged than we really are. And everyone does use social media or is influenced by it. But I think that Khan in California has done some interesting research that we often connect with people within our own networks. And so the dialogue doesn't necessarily transverse outside. Also, I think the hyper consumption of celebrity and entertainment, although amusing, although important, we need to be culturally stimulated. It's a threat to addressing real issues of feminicide, poverty, migration, racism, war. So I'm optimistic in a way. I'm very optimistic because I think that there are many things we can do, but also I think we have to be extremely vigilant and critical. But one thing I've seen in my travels in various countries is that there are many important initiatives that we don't hear about, we don't see them, we don't know about them, they're not at the formal level, but a lot of important things are happening on a different track outside of the normative political mainstream channels. So I'll leave it at that for right now.
Thank you, Professor Kara. I have a feeling looking at you that we are in Africa because of your background. So I guess you've put yourself in the mood. And it shows, of course, your affiliations and your pluralism in your views and in your culture. I would like now to give the floor to Zeynep Baroglu, who is in charge of innovation and transformation. So she may have some insights from Paris headquarters and UNESCO. Zeynep, the floor is yours. Could you open your mic, please?
Hello. Sorry, thank you. I was trying to be a polite spectator, and I think that I closed my mic. Let's go back to the paper. Yes, thank you very much, and it's been very interesting to listen to the other participants, the other speakers. I would like to go back to the point that was brought up by Mr. Rensburg from South Africa and go back to the definition of global citizenship. And I would like to propose one, just a little quick and dirty definition. I don't think anybody in this can really say that it's not true. I would like to propose, just for the sake of this discussion, that global citizenship be all the humans living on this planet. I don't think that there is any reason that we can say that it's not, because we're a part of this planet. The climate crisis has shown us this. The pandemic has shown us this. There is no question that we're not all in this together. And I'd like to go back to the question, because I came into this discussion yesterday, to be quite frank, and I looked at the questions. I hadn't had time to meet with you or speak with you, so I came at it just from a very technical point of view, from my space, which is looking at some different issues. And I'd like to talk about the diagnosis, as this part of the discussion is said, and I'd like to just bring forward some things which happened in the global pandemic, which are quite obvious, but I think need to be said. The COVID-19 pandemic made digital the default, and that meant that it resulted in a need for clarity on skills and competences that everybody has to have to efficiently and safely navigate in this parallel world. It's not that it didn't exist before. We were all connected, we were all online, we were all doing all the things we were doing in the last 18 months, but we weren't doing it as if our lives depended on it. We were doing it as something that we were all in this other digital world because it was useful, we were part of it, it was a component of our lives. But this, with what happened in January 2020, when the entire world basically went into lockdown for different times of view, for 18 months, it became the only way to learn, to get food, for many to work, and to get information on what's happening outside in the world. And so it was sanitary, it was hygienic. We were told it was good for our health, and it probably saved millions of lives worldwide. And we have to be thankful for that. And we also realized its limitations. The increased digital interactions were brought to the forefront, and we realized we all need really good digital skills. And this digital skills, I'm going to quote UNESCO 2020 for a definition, because it's always good to be clear on what we're talking about. They're knowledge, skills, and attitudes that allow people to draw on, to use and share knowledge using technologies. And we have a concept at UNESCO called inclusive knowledge societies. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's basically the idea that the world now functions on knowledge, and it's important that we're both actors and beneficiaries of this knowledge. And use of technology efficiently requires digital skills. Inside this notion of digital skills, we have media information literacy. And the definition I would like to refer to here is that of Guy Berger, which is the director here in the communication information sector. His definition of 2019 was the range of competencies concerning consumption, production, and circulation of content. And under this umbrella, knowledge and skills covering fields such as critical thinking, content production, news literacy, advertising literacy, political economy of communications, algorithmic literacy, privacy literacy, and intercultural communications. You're saying, why is this woman repeating this? We all know it. But the reason I'm saying it is because I think we have to be clear on what we're talking about. There are a lot of terms that are thrown around, and we really have to be quite clear because everything else is so messy, including the fact that how we're going to reconstruct as a global entity after this pandemic. So what are the threats in this new connected world? I think the first challenge and the first threat of this global transformation is not being in it. The first challenge is being cut from it, because you can't get access either to the internet or to devices. And there is a digital divide, and we're not all privy to this new digital world, if you like. And it can be physical, and it can be within a physical area, a region. It can be within a community. It can be within a household. That's what the studies showed. It can show that, in fact, being part of this digital transformation was a challenge within households especially during the pandemic, when there was work and school to be had, and there was so many devices and so much internet to go around. So in order to be part of this, in order to be a global citizen and have an active part in this discussion, you need to be in the room. And to be in the room right now, you need to have access to the internet, and you need devices. Thankfully, the mobile phones have served a very big role in this expanding connectivity, but it's not really You need more to be really part of it. The second challenge is mastering the skills and the digital skills. You need to be able to use the devices that you have and the media information literacy skills in order to safely and efficiently participate in this new reality. And I think all the other speakers have talked about the threats of what happens when you don't have that. But I think it's really a basic point that you have to remember. These things have to be there or you're not even in the game. You have to, in this, the consequences can range from not having access, not being able to find the information that's vital for your survival. And in this case, it could be without the proper media information skills, without the proper digital skills, without the device. You might not even know how to get vaccinated. You might not know how to keep yourself safe. You might not know how to feed your family because you just can't get access to the information. It could kill you. And that's not a joke. I mean, it's very, very basic. It's also to be able to recognize the information. I think this is where this discussion is the most important, is that it's the media information literacy skills which allow you to make sure that the information that you're getting is what you really need to know. There's limits on the agency of people and the safety of societies to function in an increasingly interconnected world, which is digital. And there's where it's not only that information is available online, but it's also the quantity of information is increased. The sheer greater number of interactions have increased, and the sheer number of things we're doing online has increased. This is a digital transformation, and the fact that it's just grown to an amazing amount. So to sum up all these parts, global citizenship in the face of digital transformation is sanitary, but it's not necessarily easy, and it's not necessarily equitable. And we need to ensure connectivity that's available for everyone to be able to be part of this transformation, and the digital skills and the media information skills to be able to participate in it in a safe and effective manner. And this will allow for us to set up a future that's more equitable, that probably functions more efficiently if it were all these things were put into place, and is, as we found as a priority, rather sanitary and safe also. So my intervention has been very basic, but I think it's important that we remember the key points that we need in order to survive, and in the fact that we're all in this together, and we have to work together in order to make this happen. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Zainab, for bringing us down to the basics. And a lot of us in media and information literacy are saying that media and information literacy is back to the basics. I mean, it's part of the skills that we need for this 21st century that has challenges, and health is one of them. When I've helped the Council of Europe in the program for digital citizenship competences, we put well-being online as part of one of the main dimensions, and I'm glad to hear what you are adding here. We also put rights and obligations online as part of those competencies, but also being online, just being able to connect was already something very important. And so it's interesting that these frameworks are now starting to be shared and see some convergence. You've already, in your discussion, broached us onto the second part after the stock taking is what are we able to do with this idea that there's no planet B, including in information and literacy. And you've already mentioned some elements from UNESCO. Could you add maybe one or two elements you're in charge of a competencies framework for ICTs, but there is a little challenge for us in media and information literacy because we do not favor the entry by the tool. We're not IT oriented because we want the values to come before the IT. So what are you doing at UNESCO for that? How are you dealing with this conundrum?
Well, we do have this tool. Let me explain about this tool. It's the UNESCO ICT Competency Framework for Teachers, and it's been around since 2008. It's had 3 iterations. and the last one was in 2018. And it is a guidance for teacher training on the use of technologies in pedagogical practice. It is for training teachers. It's basically a grid. On the one side, it has everything that a teacher does in his or her practice, and through 3 levels. And it is the value of this tool is that you can, and we have done this, you can take this and show it to any teacher in one part of the world and have them point out what they're doing and to be able to find ways of communicating on teacher training on another part of the world, because it's a common vocabulary, if you like, and there are resources put into place for teacher training using the different competencies that are done. In terms of this tool, it does respond to media information literacy. The latest version responds to it at the digital literacy level, and the fact that it is important that teachers address digital literacy in their work and their teaching of digital skills to students. It also addresses it, interestingly, in the last level, at curriculum level, and it talks about the importance of ensuring that media use, social media information about use of social media is infused within the curriculum and other media information literacy areas. And the last level is about knowledge creation. So this is an interesting turn on it. The idea here is that teachers need to be able to use the digital skills. It's important that the values are there, but they need to be able to have the skills to be able to not only use the digital tools, but also teach using the digital tools. And I think it's not one or the other, but I think they're both very important. Otherwise, if you can't use the tools, then the values are good, but you need to be able to apply the values. And I don't think there's a competition going on, but I think it's very complementary. And this tool, this book, I would just like to read to you the preface, if you like. I prepared it because we wrote this in 2018, okay? So it sounded very clever in 2018, but right now it just sounds like a premonition. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes the prevalence of ICTs in their potential to accelerate progress, bridge the digital divide, and provide inclusive knowledge societies based on human rights, gender equality, and empowerment. It's really beautiful. We thought of that before everything was happening exponentially. And now I hope, because I'm an optimist, that things are really going this way. But I think media information literacy is really the key point to ensuring that this happens. And the tool that the ICT CFT is really about teaching digital skills for teachers. And in that, of course, you cannot talk about that without saying their media information literacy is central. Now, I'd like to just bring up a second tool that is actually very interesting because it puts another turn on our discussion a little bit. It's technical. It's the UNESCO Open Educational Resources Recommendation 2019. Now, open educational resources, and I'll give you the definition because I love definitions because it's good to know what we're talking about all the time. So OER are learning, teaching, and research materials in any format or medium that reside in the public domain or under a copyright that is released under an open license that permits no cost access, reuse, repurpose, adaptation, and redistribution. So you can legally share knowledge. And this recommendation is about how governments can do this sharing of knowledge. And the reason this ties into our discussion, if you like, is because it supports the building of knowledge and presupposes that stakeholders or people using this document or using OERs can assess the knowledge they're sharing from political point of view, if you like, or from a content point of view, but also from a legal point of view. And I think that's important for media information literacy also, that you're able to share and that you know how to share in a manner which is legal, which is actually very powerful if done well. And do I get to summarize now or later?
later.
Okay, all right.
But your contributions are already very interesting. You bring a point that we have to discuss really is how we go beyond the sort of rift between the hard literacies, and which are the ones that you mentioned about tech, and the softer literacies that are about peace and inclusiveness that other colleagues have mentioned. And I think you're right in saying that they have to sort of work together. And I think it's the next step is to make these available in a format that is going to be enticing for teachers and teacher trainers, and because this probably is one of the communities that is most under pressure to enable this transformation. And what I like also with your mention of OERs is that is transformation in the sense of transfer, being able to transfer knowledge from one country to another, from one language to another. I personally develop MOOCs, massive online courses, and one that is coming up actually on disinformation step by step. And the idea is that MOOCs and OERs are more or less the same thing. A MOOC is an animated OER, and when it's not animated anymore, it becomes an OER. And I think we have to expand globally the access to these resources. And now maybe, Paul, you can add some more on this, because you are also in academia. All of us have been pushing, and we have this in common in this group, that we are pushing in the research and teaching domains. Please tell us what you are devising to enable this transformation in the least destructive way. Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Davina. I think that in Canada, perhaps North America, there are many important groups. One group in Canada, Media Smarts, is doing lots of very interesting media literacy work. At the formal level, elementary, secondary, there are increasingly more resources and demands and courses that require this. I want to briefly talk a little bit about the university sector. And as Zeynep has just mentioned, the pandemic has really thrown us into a different tailspin, because we weren't really doing any online teaching and learning. And in fact, we were discouraged previously and so on. But now we can see that it's created a lot of new openings. And of course, we need to be together. We need to travel, go to conferences and so on. But the fact we can have more inclusive meetings and include people and voices, and it was very early in the morning here in Montreal, but I do a number of these things, and it's very important to engage with people. And we can also share the information, videos, follow-up, engagement, conversations. There's very few people that are physically in this meeting right now, but the potential of it having other ripple effects is out there. And so I think that there's many things that I can see happening in the last couple of years in university classrooms, and more probably at elementary, secondary, especially secondary, but creating, for example, videos, memes, wordles, concept maps, conducting interviews, doing surveys, all of these things with social media tools. And these are really ways of engaging. And so I think I'm also involved in social media and citizen participation research, but I think increasingly all research now has some component related to social media in relation to consultation, validation, participant engagement, and so on, especially in diverse languages. And what I wanted to mention is that we put together our chair a symposium in May 2021. It was intended to be about 150 people in person. Of course, that changed. And we had a 5-day symposium, 42 sessions. I'll throw out a few numbers, but only because they're so impregnated in my mind. We had roughly 100 presenters from 30 countries in 3 languages, English, French, and Spanish. And half of it was translated, similar to some of these events. We used 3 platforms: Zoom, YouTube, Facebook. And we had partners all over the place, but we put everything online, YouTube. So we had over 1,000 people participating via Zoom from over 100 countries. And then also Facebook. Zoom there was a registration component, but Facebook was open access, and then YouTube, we have the videos. In a nutshell, we were able to develop many collaborations from this, bringing people together. And in a very humble way, we were very pleased and surprised that we had a very good team that helped us develop this. But it made us aware that we want to engage with people, especially from the global south. We want to engage with these diverse issues that are of great importance in a less hierarchical way, top down. So I think the dialogue part is pivotal. And I want to say as well, for the past many years in my own case, and I can't speak for everyone, but I think this is a trend, is that I haven't used textbooks, and for various reasons, ideologically and in solidarity with students, but all of the articles are open access. Many excellent journals are online, UNESCO resources. I think this is pivotal for us, and APCU in South Korea, and Davina just mentioned through UNESCO and elsewhere, MOOCs, and are opening up learning. The one thing I'd like to just mention or underscore is that all of these resources are being developed and in an open access way, but I think we have to be extremely vigilant about anti-racism, inclusion, epistemological vantage points, who's developing them. And I think this is one of the concerns about social media, is that we have unlimited potential for democratized spaces, but often we get pigeonholed into the same normative democratic spaces that were created before. It doesn't mean that we can't also engage and do other work, but it means that we have to be aware. And we can see that there was the Panama Papers and the Pandora Papers, and now the Facebook Papers and WikiLeaks. There's a lot of stuff that has to be deconstructed and unpacked. But I do believe that dialoguing has to take place inside the classroom, but importantly outside with civil society groups. And this is, I think, the bridge that we have to continue to cultivate, is that formal education connect more directly with, as Paulo Freire said, to be able to not only read the word, but to read the world, to try to understand and engage with all of these social inequalities that are so infused and imbued in these systems that we have. But I do want to just end the way I did in the first section, that I am optimistic despite everything, because I think this is where we have to go. We have to really continue to focus on more deliberative democracy. Thank you.
Right, and including in research, and I must say, having participated in 2 of your panels, one in French, one in Spanish, I can testify that this opening of research and sharing with the Global South, and the Global South often leading and giving us advice and communicating across the South. That was very interesting. It's one of the things I took away from your symposium. This information commons that, in fact, you're mentioning, and that Zeynep was also mentioning, is something we really have to continue building and giving it quality, and ensuring that it's not just commercialized, monetized. I think we have to remain vigilant here as we go in these directions. So thank you, Paul. Despoina, what would you say is the European answer to that? We have digital competences, we have frameworks in Europe.
Yes, we have digital competences, and the European Union follows the work of the Council of Europe and of UNESCO. So whatever these organizations do, the European Union also follows and implements these frameworks. And so it is aligned with everything everything that is an innovation. So after the break of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the EU has prepared a defense against disinfodemic, as the Seoul Declaration calls fake news and extremism. So the European Commission has adopted the European Democracy Action Plan to empower citizens and build more resilient democracies across the European Union against rising extremism and populism. So the measures of the action plan are classified under 3 aims: to promote free and fair elections, not only in the European level, but also at the national level in the European Union, by regulating transparency of sponsored political content, that means political advertising, and providing for the liability of online platforms and advertisers because of false content. Second, it aims to strengthen media freedom, for example, by recommending measures to tackle safety of journalists and by financing projects on their legal and practical assistance. The EU aims to enhance its support to media pluralism and improve monitoring of the transparency of media ownership and state advertising. And third, to counter disinformation by strengthening the obligations and accountability of online platforms in the framework of the above-mentioned Code of Practice on Disinformation, this voluntary tool that the big platforms have complied with and self-committed, and by introducing vigorous monitoring and oversight for foreign interference, including imposing costs on perpetrators. So this is the European Democracy Action Plan, and this is complemented with the Media and Audiovisual Action Plan, which aims to help the sector recover and make the most of the digital transformation by providing quick access to liquidity and financial support for the media and audiovisual companies, and to take structural measures in order to assist the transition to digitization. Most importantly, it aims to empower citizens to easier access of media content and empower citizens to its critical use in order to take informed decisions, both at the EU level and the national level in the European Union. And this action plan is also applied by the Commission's proposal on the Digital Services Act. It's a new proposal of the European Commission. It's legislation, and if adopted, it will build on the Code of Practice on Disinformation and will regulate online intermediary services, including social media platforms, imposing transparency obligations. Transparency not only on ownership, but also on algorithms, the use of algorithms. It will provide for redress mechanisms and independent audits of the risk management systems in very big platforms like Facebook or Google. But most of all, this Digital Services Act, if adopted, will provide for uniform procedures for reporting illegal content, and it will provide also for platforms liability for users' unlawful behavior if the platforms are aware of illegal acts and fail to remove them. This practice of reporting has already been implemented by the Code of Practice for Misinformation and Hate Speech, but now will be regulated. Another sector which is crucial for media and information literacy is digital education in the European Union. Since 2016, the EU Council has recommended the increase of digital competence levels among learners as an important precondition for strengthening their ability to participate actively in the democratic life and improve their employability. Nowadays, we have the Digital Education Action Plan, starting from 2021, which aims at enhancing digital skills and competencies for the digital transition to artificial intelligence and transformation from an early age. It promotes digital literacy and tackles disinformation through education and training by developing common guidelines for teachers and educators who will be trained to be digitally competent and confident. It will also finance infrastructure and connectivity and digital equipment. This is what Zeynep has emphasized. And the European Union will give a lot of money for financing educational infrastructure, devices, and high quality, user-friendly content in secure platforms. So finally, the European Union will update the European Digital Competence Framework to include artificial intelligence skills and establish a European Digital Skills Certificate. So you see that the European Union aims to take all the measures and also to finance, give billions of euros in order to really implement media and information literacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to see all these, to show us all the sort of positive actions that are being taken. I think the key words are around transparency and accountability, so that the role of the state basically is to ensure that there is this level of attention to the issues of access and infrastructure and the risks of mitigating the risks of commodification of the market, especially the market of education. So it's good news to hear that there are going to be platforms that are going to be for education and not Zoom or other platforms that are commercial and from time to time used for education. It's not at all the same approach, though they have facilitated our life during the COVID, indeed, and we are on Zoom right now. Thank you for this approach that is sort of regional again. How about the national? How about South Africa? What are you doing in South Africa? What are you doing for the Global South? What is your contribution?
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. So in South Africa, the country approved the National Digital and Future Skills Strategy. And this calls on the relevant department, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies in South Africa's instance, but also government and industry in general, and what we have is our National Skills Authority and business and industry sector-based training agencies to foster and promote digital wellness programs on cybersecurity awareness and netiquette in the online environment. So, for example, the strategy element on digital skills for Society 4.0 seeks to, among others, ensure that individuals, citizens, and communities acquire the digital skills to access, to evaluate, to organize, to interpret, to utilize, and act upon information increasingly available in digital format via these digital channels. The strategy further emphasizes that the move to greater online interactivity and the rise of user-generated content over social media platforms demands greater levels of digital skills, including cybersecurity skills, to enable South Africa to protect, detect, and respond to the zillions of cyber threats. The country's department that I've referred to earlier through its cybersecurity hub has also joined an interdepartmental or intergovernmental program on cyberbullying in schools, which is led by the country's Department of Basic Education. Very important initiative. The drive includes creating awareness on cyberbullying among young people, and that began earlier this year and will be rolled out through the country. That hub is being rolled out including a cybersecurity awareness school kit as part of the initiatives. In another partnership, the same Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, partnering with the South Africa's National Education Media Institute, with Coursera and Microsoft, is offering various short courses. Amongst these courses is the Microsoft Digital Literacy, which addresses issues such as safe and responsible online participation, accessing information online, creating digital content, as well as collaborating and managing content digitally. A footnote is worthy to be made here, Chair, and that is that these operators from WhatsApp, Facebook, Zoom, etc., they should not be left off the hook. Our expectations should rise not incrementally, nor progressively, but substantially and in the short run in terms of their role play in respect of securing and enabling the effective participation, accessing and the creation of digital content, in particular by by users who self-generators. I don't think that they should be off the hook. And I'm aware that we have already had a number of sessions this week in which this topic has been discussed. And I just want to underline the importance of us placing greater expectations and greater accountability on the part of these operators who clearly are in the business of the commodification and the marketization of digital technologies and digital channels more broadly. And finally, in the quest to ensure that the citizens here in South Africa can protect their personal information, that they are safer and more secure online, the country has developed the South African National Cybersecurity Awareness Portal. The portal has tip sheets, posters, and videos, which can be used, downloaded, and shared freely at home, at work, or in the community. So it's just a handful of some of the initiatives. One final one, perhaps worth noting, is the creation or the training of thousands of digital ambassadors. These are high school graduates or college graduates who are trained again by the various programs of the digital of the Communications and Digital Technologies Department, National Government Department here. And their role is really to go out into our communities to inform, to educate, to train our communities, our citizens more broadly, in the use, that is the discerning and critical application of thought processes in the use of these technologies, and inclusive of all of these issues that I've referred to, such as accessing and utilizing the digital channels, such as the discernful use and reading and critical reflection on especially self-generated content that is made available on these digital channels. So those are just a handful of some of the initiatives that are underway here in South Africa, and we hope that these will gather momentum, especially in the next 12 to 24 months. Thank you very much, Chair.
Very impressive. I think what's most impressive, and maybe that's a lesson to keep, is this idea that you really act on a sort of intersectorial way. You're bringing business, you're bringing the operators, but you're also looking at the cybersecurity, etc. It seems to me that you are fully into what in media and information literacy we see as the two extremes of what we need to cover, the protection of young people and users and population at large, and the participation and the contribution, the user-generated content. So a very interesting take on these issues. And I think Professor Olunifesi wants to add some things, maybe in relation to Africa. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Divina. I look at it this way. that we are in a digital world. Mitigating whatever effects that communication has on society. So the two approach I want to look at is basically the political approach and educational approach. In Africa, before the lockdown, we met in Uganda. We will look at African Agenda 2063. And I think we factor the issue of media and information literacy and how we can have help Africa to live, in a peaceful and harmonious way, and how you can use digital transformation to, uplift the economy. But apart from that, in Nigerian situation, we are looking at MIL policy, and we came out with a digital rights bill. But the government was not disposed to it. And so the president did not assent his consent, despite the House of Representatives and the Senate passing it. And this is the problem. No matter the educational intervention, the political will must be there. And I feel that there should be more orientation for these political elites who should understand the MIL and the global citizenship education. Because we should more, like Nigeria, for instance, with a diverse ethnic, about 350 ethnic, and a lot of differences. And we are all coming to global society. We should accept the fact that we have differences, and then people must live with that differences. And then and that is global citizenship education we should preach, and that we don't need to use technology to amplify the differences. We need to use technology to forge commonalities, and ensure peaceful deliberations. So what we are trying to do is to come out with a MIL policy. And the MIL policy in this case now, we have been working with UNESCO to make sure that government is in line with us, understanding what media, that people need to build capacity to understand literacy, they need to build capacity to be able to know how to use digital platform, constructively. You understand that of recent, the federal government banned Twitter in Nigeria, and it was a kind of long fight between Twitter and Nigeria because they banned them because they feel that Twitter has been biased. So we don't need that kind of approach. We need an approach that is very holistic and that can bring about transparency in that media. The last one I've been engaged in is I want to take permission from APC-EU, this Asian South Pacific for intercultural understanding, something like that, education understanding. So there's a book coming up of recent. What we are doing recently is that we are trying to work on, I'm part of the author, I think 4 of us, we're trying to, as this sponsored by APCU, we're trying to work on MIL-guided global citizenship education curriculum. You see, because we feel that already there's a global citizenship education, which you have seen it. There's a book for global citizenship education. And then we have global citizenship education for learning and center that is there. But now we have MIL second edition for curriculum for educators and learners. Now, what we are doing right now is to merge, to see a commonality between global citizenship education and the second edition of MIL for learners and educators. And so the book will come out in time from now. It's almost an advanced stage. And what we're trying to promote is that we need a global citizenship education to forge commonalities, to respect diversity, and to bring about harmonious living. And we need MIL to guide, to build capacity so people can understand where they are coming from, how to use digital means, in the right way, just like the 3 interventions I've mentioned, how to bring about inclusivity, participation, how to bring about media transparency, and how to bring about ethical issues when it comes to digital issues. So I think so far this is what I do. And in another way, I'm one coordinating media and information literacy in Nigeria. And what I've been doing is to establish MI Club to teach the young ones how to be responsive and responsible in using digital means in forging communality and forging unity. and also curriculum interventions. Nigeria right now, it used to be a mass communication department, but now we're trying to make it the faculty of communication, wherein we are being about 7 departments and bringing MIL as part of it. And at national global perspective, we are looking at our MIL Institute. Countries are trying to do this together, 11 universities all over the whole world. And what we're trying to do is to come up with an MIL Institute where issues of global citizenship education and also media and information literacy will be done at a postgraduate level with advanced measure, research, partnership, and exchange. Because I believe that since war began in the mind of men, it's in the mind of men we must build the bastions of peace, and that's curriculum content. Thank you so much.
Wow. Okay, there are tools out there, there are frameworks, there are handbooks. So let's go. And you're right to remind us about the top level and the political will level that is the one that will enable to massify and to scale up. And our last intervention is for Safa. Safa, you started. Can you help us move towards a conclusion from your perspective?
Great, thank you so much. And it's been so nice to hear all the speakers and all of your solutions to these issues. I do have some pictures to share with you because what we do at Tactical Tech is very visual. So I'm going to switch over to that, but I will be very quick, I promise. So I'm just going to quickly touch on a couple of projects that we have going on right now, which could be interesting to you. We understand that people learn in different ways and that experiences can be the most memorable and meaningful to individuals. So this starts me off with the first project I want to highlight that we do called the Glass Room. And this is an interactive pop-up exhibition on data, privacy, other related topics as well, for example, environmentalism, algorithms, which raises public awareness about how digital technologies impact societies. We have big exhibitions and small pop-ups, and it's available in more than 10 languages. And I just have a few visuals to give you an idea of what we're talking about. Here is one picture from one of our bigger Glassroom exhibitions that set the scene. Most of our visitors accidentally stumble upon our exhibitions, which are always placed in the middle of busy shopping districts in major cities. This is an example from New York. But most recently in 2019, pre-corona time, we had one of these in San Francisco, and each of these big exhibitions reached tens of thousands of visitors. And you know, the art pieces in these exhibitions are often tangible expressions of difficult to understand concepts. Here is one such exhibit. This is called Forgot Your Password by R.M. Bartol. And this was featured in a number of our exhibitions, not only in San Francisco, also I believe in London. And basically what it is, LinkedIn had numerous data breaches where millions of passwords were leaked online. This artist printed them out in these giant book volumes, and we put them on tables so that visitors could pick them up, feel the physical weight. They could open them, flip through them, look at the passwords, and to try to better understand, what does this mean? What is a data breach? Well, this is one example of it. And, you know, because the big exhibitions are exclusive to major cities and are very expensive to put on, we also created a pop-up version so that it's more accessible to communities around the world. Here is one example from a Helsinki subway station in 2018. And I think this example is especially interesting during pandemic times because you know, this is a very hygienic exhibition. It's posters behind windows. There are videos and animations playing as well, which you can't see in these pictures, and people pass them on the way to work. And, you know, we've had these pop-up exhibitions in like more than 100 or 150 cities around the world. And here's another example from Accra, Ghana, where, you know, people were really able to interact with the posters. You know, a lot of them require some kind of interaction. It's not just reading, it's also doing something. And our visitors were also able to sit down, talk to us, talk to each other. And it was a really great space to open the conversation. The second project I want to highlight is a data detox kit, and this is a self-learning guide to increasing online privacy, digital security, and well-being. Offers simple steps you can take towards a more balanced digital lifestyle. It's available in 35 languages, written very non-technically, non-judgmentally. We regularly release new guides, and this project, along with all of our projects, are also under Creative Commons, which is a common theme among the panel. We have online kits and also in print. Here's an example of a low-cost at-home printed version. We also have a popular youth version that's been adapted just for teenagers. And on the Data Detox Kit website, we have a page with workshop packs to assist educators. They're really simple. You can download them, print them out, and run your own workshop anywhere in the world as well. And the last project I want to highlight is the Digital Inquirer Kit, which is a project we are currently in the process of releasing. So only part of it is available and the rest will continue to roll out. It's an e-learning course that guides learners through lessons on how to prevent the spread of misinformation. It's available on Atingi, also for free, in 11 plus languages, and it's very interactive. And here's just a final still to show you a game of, how to figure out what's wrong with a URL. So these are just a few projects we have going on, but we have a lot more planned in the coming months. So keep an eye on us.
Thank you, because this is very much a concrete way of showing how media and information literacy works and can be transferred, and we can travel with it. And I'm very aware of what you're doing because I've also benefited from funding from the DG Connect and the Media Education Program for All, and I think Glassroom was also featured. So that shows also how civil society can benefit from the top and then spread across. And so an extremely good example to conclude our session that has been very nourished. Thank you all for keeping the rhythm. I'm going to give you a chance for one sentence, something you want us to keep before we close. What's your keyword here? Safa, you go.
Thank you. Yes, so just as a final sentence, smartphones are not just for fun and games, they are also a lifeline. So learning how to use them safely and carefully should be considered critical life skills.
Wow. Okay. Olunifesi, you go. What is it? What do you want us to keep?
I want us to believe that everybody has a difference, and in a digital connected world, we must learn to keep that differences and associate differences. We don't need to highlight our differences. We need to highlight our commonalities.
Okay, vive la différence, we say in France. So, but let's go to South Africa. Professor Rensburg.
Thanks very much, Chair. So mine is working in concert with governmental, intergovernmental, non-governmental, civil society, and private sector agencies. We must spare no effort to achieve the massive opportunities that digital technologies bring for nurturing an inclusive, empowered, critically engaged, and compassionate global citizenship. Thank you.
Whoa, go multi-stakeholdership. Professor Despoina, please.
Well, I have shown that the EU uses its powers that are conferred to it by the member states in the EU treaties in order to really promote media and information literacy, and really tackle fake news, extremism, and populism, algorithm, autocracy. All these endanger EU values and European society, and therefore the European Union takes these threats very seriously.
Okay, so strength in numbers and differences. There we go. Professor Carr, what about you?
Yeah, I think I would overlap. I would simply say critical engagement, peace, and happiness.
Okay, that's good. Happiness is part of human values. Let's hope this. We need this after this period of confinement. And Zainab, I think you're last.
And last, I get the last word. Cool.
Yes.
In this global digital transformation that we've been talking about and that we're living, I hope that we remember that we're in this all together and that we need to keep it inclusive, open, and safe and happy.
Well, thank you. We shall keep all these keywords that are very hopeful and optimistic. And I'm very happy that you've come up with this and sharing with us all your experiences, your incredible expertise, and your willingness to reach out to others and share your experiences. I think UNESCO will make a lot of the honey that you have been sharing with us. Thank you all, and continue enjoying this Media and Information Literacy Global Week. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye now.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners, instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges and enable people to better benefit from positive opportunities. It gives individuals the skills to interpret and understand information, to think critically and click wisely, both on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. It provides a comprehensive framework for information, media, and digital competencies, so individuals can spot misinformation and engage positively in society. It's not just a framework, but a foundation to live by. To help make sense of ever-changing information-based influences by becoming media and information literate citizens, we are empowered to make the right choices. Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely, on and offline.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together, promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy for all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organisations. Member organisations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation. Driven by UNESCO and partners with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors and thematic working groups, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or an organisation. Get involved now. Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society.
The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners, instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges and enable people to better benefit from positive opportunities. It gives individuals the skills to interpret and understand information, to think critically and click wisely, both on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. It provides a comprehensive framework for information, media, and digital competencies, so individuals can spot misinformation and engage positively in society. It's not just a framework, but a foundation to live by. To help make sense of ever-changing information-based influences by becoming media and information literate citizens, we are empowered to make the right choices. Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely, on and offline.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together, promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy for all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organisations. Member organisations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation. Driven by UNESCO and partners with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors and thematic working groups, The UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or an organisation. Get involved now. Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions, such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society. The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. Today, more than half of the world's population, including over 70% of all youth globally, are online. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? To promote dialogue and respect, support SDGs and democracy, and empower lifelong learners, instead of breeding hate speech, disinformation, fake news, and privacy violations. Media and information literacy is designed to combat these challenges